Speakers today on many different topics. Each speaker has 25 minutes. After 20 minutes, I'm going to be making the international signal that indicates the end of your speaking time or close to it, which looks like this. So you should have a clear indicator. There's also a timer at the back of the room, which you should be able to see, which will help you to keep to our program. So without further ado, we'll lead off with our first speaker this morning, Dr. Alessandro Guidoni, who's going to be talking to us about bitumen from Umar Island. Dr. Alessandro, please welcome to the stage.
All right, thank you, Lloyd. Okay, all right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alessandro Guidoni. I'm a maritime archaeologist at the DCT, Maritime Archaeology Unit, and I'm presenting on the bitumen fragments that were found in the site of Umar here in Abu Dhabi. A preliminary study, the key word here is preliminary, that I've done with my colleagues Eric Staples and Dominic Tomasi. And very briefly, Umar is a Bronze Age settlement with associated tombs, which represent a major occupational phase during the second half of the 3rd millennium BCE. And its importance within long-distance exchange networks is demonstrated by large quantities of imported ceramics from Mesopotamia, Baluchistan, the Indus Valley, and Northeast Arabia. In the 3rd millennium BCE, Umar was an island located approximately 12 kilometers from the ancient coastline. And today, instead, it forms part of the Sas al Nakhal area, and it's no longer an island due to modern land reclamation. So this is, where this is the location of the site. And there were several excavations of the site. They began in 1959 under a Danish team, and then they were followed by further work in the 1970s by an Iraqi mission. And then excavation resumed between 2021 and 2023 under the Department of Culture and Tourism, with 9 trenches open across different areas of the site settlement areas. And across all campaigns, a large number of bitumen fragments were recovered from nearly every context and occupational phase. Hundreds of fragments came from the early investigated area, like Mount A, B, C. But with most of them actually from recent excavation from trenches 6, 7, and 9. And in trench 6, bitumen was found stored in a clay-coated bin, which suggests intentional collection and probably recycling. In other contexts, bitumen is found scattered along the site. And also, quite importantly, bitumen is frequently associated with Mesopotamian ceramics. And about half of the Mesopotamian type 2 ceramics discovered at the site preserve traces of bitumen either inside or outside. And so the quantity and wide distribution of the bitumen demonstrate an intensive use throughout the site's occupation. So natural bitumen is a highly viscous constituent of petroleum that occurs in natural surface deposits and seepages. It's an exceptionally versatile material, and it's used in antiquity as for several functions. It's like sealant, mortar, adhesive, hafting material, waterproof coating, pigment, coloring agent, and even was used in medicinal and ritual practices. Archaeological evidence shows that bitumen was widely traded and extensively used across the Gulf region and the Arabian Sea from the Neolithic onward, with particularly intense use during the Bronze Age. This map distribution of sites with significant bitumen assemblages highlights the scale of this network. You see the photos the photos of the bitumen fragments on the slide. That actually from the top one is from Ras Al Jeans. It's a Bronze Age site in eastern Oman, and the one at the bottom are from H3 in Asabi and Kuwait, which is dated, which is from the Neolithic site of H3, and those are the the most significant for my study, because they're quite, they share, you know, similarities with the one from Umar. And I've been using them for this study to compare, you know, the finds from Umar. Also, bitumen was collected from natural seeps. Most of the archaeological bitumen identified in the region originates from sources in Mesopotamia, mostly from northern Mesopotamia, but also from southwestern Iran. From these production zones, it was transported either as a raw material or as finished artifacts along the maritime roads through the Gulf, together with other traded goods. Interestingly, these seep sources remain in use until recent times, as bitumen continued to be commonly employed material particularly in southern Iraq, but also in southern Iran, and especially in maritime and boat-building context. So let's now just have a look at the bitumen fragments from Umar. So far, the collection currently includes more than 1,700 fragments. And additional material is still being identified at the storage facilities of DCT in Rumeila, in Align, and where pieces of early excavation continue to turn up on a regular basis. Bitumen, which is generally heated to make it soft for its applications, preserves the impression of the material that it was applied to, giving us direct insight into how it was used. One of the most striking aspects of the Umar assemblage is the wide range of impressions, which points to many different uses and confirms that bitumen as an important functional material and a traded commodity in the region. It was used to waterproof both inside and outside of ceramic vessels, as well as woven baskets, to coat wooden and plant-based structures, as hafting material, and as a sealing agent, among other applications which were observed. As at other sites in the region, Umar fragments are not made of pure bitumen. Instead, the bitumen was deliberately mixed with different materials to create a specific mixture for different purposes. The fragments show a wide range of colors and mixtures, and their surfaces and sections contain mineral inclusions and lots of vegetal temper, usually chopped straw, reeds, leaves, fibers, and some shells, like small shells, are also occasionally present in the mixture as well. So far, chemical analysis to determine the exact composition of these mixtures or to identify the seep sources from which the bitumen have been collected have been very limited, with, as far as I know, only one fragment tested by Jacques Conan, which suggested that the bitumen was from northern Iraqi sources. However, we're planning to do a series of analyses, which includes also ancient DNA analysis on the vegetal matter for the near future, with focusing on a much larger number of fragments, on the most significant samples. So finally, one particularly important feature, as a maritime archaeology, I found this like the most significant aspect of the collection, is that the presence of barnacles. As you can see from the photo over there, you can see barnacles, and some also preserve the remains of barnacles, indicated by circular impression left by these shells on at least 12 fragments. We consider here only those barnacles that are found on the surface opposite to the one with impressions, or just on one surface. And this indicates prolonged immersion in seawater, and strongly suggests at least some of the bitumen was used as a waterproof coating on boats. And then I'm just gonna talk about 4 different categories, 4 different types of impressions, or 4 different types of bitumen fragments. The first one is bitumen that has bundles impression, which are 26 of the collection. In this, the photo shows BLK 14738 and 1, which shows generally clear impression of reeds with a series of transverse impressions of fiber, most probably actually leaf cordages, indicating the spiral lashing of the bundles that you can see in the bottom left photo. This tells us that bitumen was applied directly into reed-built structures. The impressions point to the use of bitumen as coating on perhaps walls, roofs, and doors of huts made from vegetal materials, and likely used in the site of Umar. Reeds were in fact readily available in the coastal lagoons and inlets of the region and the whole Gulf, and are a good and available construction material. Very similar evidence also comes from the Bronze Age site of RJ2, and you can actually see from the top right photo where you have impression of reeds and transverse impression of ropes, and as well as from the Neolithic site of H3 in Kuwait, which I mentioned earlier. And at both of those sites, many of the impressed fragments also had barnacles on the opposite side, which led to the interpretation as waterproof coatings from reed-built boats, like the reconstruction you can see in the museum. And one of the Umar samples also showed tiny shell traces on the surface opposite the impression. And although these haven't been formally identified yet, they could be poorly preserved barnacles. The surface is also quite worn, very worn, and it is quite possible that the barnacles were scraped off when the bitumen was recycled. And alongside with the reed bundled impression, we have 14 samples from the Umar fragments, which have preserved impression of matting. These mats were most likely made of strips of palm leaves or split reeds woven together. Some fragments also show impression of fiber ropes, similar to those seen in the reed bundle fragments. The fragment shown in the top photo is particularly interesting because it preserves lashings made of vegetal ropes and probably twisted leaf cords. And it consists of 6 fragments, which were recovered during the 2021 excavation from Trench 7. And it measures roughly 22 centimeter by 13 centimeter, and it's quite thick. It's 3 centimeter thick. And the piece shows 2 pair of double cords and 2 single cords meeting at a central point that appears to be a hole in the mat where the ropes were tied. The double cords continue and connect to additional holes on the outer fragments, like here, and this is the central, I lost it. This is the central hole where the ropes converge. And again, there's another similar examples from RJ2, and what is striking is how closely the lashing systems match. 2 pairs of double cords and 2 single ropes converging in the same central point, forming a roughly an X-shaped pattern around the hole in the mat. So we know that we're using bitumen. Bitumen-coated matting could point to several different functions or objects. So we have evidence from other Gulf sites, especially in Bahrain, which suggests it was commonly used to coat palm leaf basket. There's also nice posters outside where you have similar evidence from Kuwait. However, the fragment in this particular fragment, because of that elaborate lashing, could have been used in building construction, the waterproof walls or roofs made of woven mat, as shown in that mid-3rd millennium BC terracotta house made model from Babylon. And the piece was indeed found in a context with evidence for a structure made of vegetal material and could have been part of the roof cover of that structure. Alternatively, evidence from RJ2, where most of the samples with matte impression also preserve barnacles on their opposite surface, strongly indicates that the use of bitumen-coated mats in vessel construction, where mats form part of the waterproof hull. The fact that both the Umar sample and the RJ2 samples show a remarkably similar lashing suggests that it was an established mat lashing pattern in the Magan region, rather than an isolated lashing technique, and possibly it suggests a similar function. Although most of the bitumen impressions are of reed and bundles and matting, there are also some wooden impression. These might make up only a very small part of the overall collection, but they are very significant. The most distinctive fragment with wood is the one shown in the photo, SF83, which was found during the recent excavation. And this bitumen fragment comes from Trench 6, and it is one of the larger pieces in the collection. And it has like a roughly rectangular shape. The outer surface is relatively smooth and flat, marked only by small vegetal temper impressions. The inner surface is slightly curved and preserved deep wood grain impression, which were interpreted as possibly from date palm wood, but it can also be like other kind of timber, and also it also shows two strong lashing cord impression on either ends. The lashing impressions show that each lashing was made of double left laid rope, most likely leaf cordage. And the better preserved of the two lashing also show two deep holes on either end of the ropes, suggesting that perhaps wooden locking dowels might have been inserted. Bitumen fragments with wood impression are not unusual at Bronze Age sites in the Gulf, and these pieces most likely come from bitumen layers applied to either wooden house structure or to wooden components of boats. The most important comparative example, again, comes from Ras Al Jins, where a fragment preserves the impression of three intersecting wooden planks lashed together with right laid rope and locked in place with rectangular wooden dowels set into lashing holes, as seen in that photo. So they're very similar, and perhaps the one from Umar also has those wooden dowels, those like square wooden dowels that you can see on the reconstruction from the bitumen from Ras Al Jins. And now we have also two bitumen, also with impressed decoration. And there's like basically two joining fragments, which shows exactly impressed stylized decoration. What's quite interesting is that the bitumen amalgam is very dark. It's fine and compact, with no visible vegetal inclusions, which suggests that it was deliberately prepared to achieve a smooth consistency suitable for shaping and decoration. The decorated surface appears to have been originally convex. The larger fragment preserved part of the object's edge, which is round and smooth, and indicates that the original piece was probably circular in shape. The opposite surface is flat along the edges and preserve a couple of impressions of ropes. The decoration consists of a repeating ornamental pattern made of two decorative bands formed by three lines with interlace forming wave-like, rope-like motifs. Decorated bitumen objects are quite rare, and which makes this piece particularly significant. We have comparable examples from Mesopotamia, such as the famous plaque of Dudu votive plaque of Dudu from Girsu, which is on display at the Louvre and is dated to the mid-3rd millennium. And this shows this plaque also shows a very similar decorative style at the bottom in the bottom part of the plaque, which is kind of resemble those interlaced rope-like motifs shown in the bitumen piece. Where am I? We also have a couple examples from the Gulf, which include a couple of bitumen seals with impression. Although the Umar piece is incomplete, its shapes strongly suggest it was part of a jar stopper. It is also remarkably similar in both form and decoration to a clay jar stopper from Nineveh, which was dated to the late 4th millennium, which is now on display at the British Museum. I was there a couple of months ago, and I was, by chance, I just passed by and I looked, and they've the decoration, it's remarkably similar. And it's also while this one is completely preserved, this one is only, it's in a fragmentary state, but still, it is very, very similar. And these jar stoppers also have been found in other places, in Bahrain, for example, but none of them was, none of the ones found have any decoration of. And these jar stoppers were also used to seal ceramic vessels, And these vessels were intended for export, which is possibly marking ownerships or identifying the context, the contents inside. So the fragment was found in Trench 9 in a context that produced a large quantity of imported Mesopotamian ceramics, including several large storage jars, some which were lined with bitumen. Even in its fragmentary state, these objects provide a strong evidence for direct connection between Umar and Mesopotamia during the early Bronze Age. So to conclude, what emerges most clearly from Umar is the idea of a true bitumen culture. Bitumen was not a marginal or occasional material, and it was quite central to daily life, technology, and connectivity at the site. We see it used across a remarkable range of applications, as a waterproofing pottery, coating basket, sealing structures, afting tools, and most importantly, it was used in a maritime context. This diversity of use reflects not only technological knowledge, but also a deep understanding of the material's properties and possibilities. Equally important is the evidence for reuse and recycling. The widespread presence of fragmentary bitumen storage bins, and some of them actually have worn surfaces, which are possibly indicates, the activity of scraping barnacles tell us that bitumen was not a disposable resource. It was collected, most probably reworked, reshaped, and reused, possibly multiple times. And this points to a practical approach to what I consider valuable materials and to the long-term circulation of bitumen within the settlement. Boat building and seafaring, it's, from my point of view, one of the most significant aspect of the, revealed by the collection, and it's at the heart of this system. The presence of barnacles, together with the evidence of waterproof coating, reed bundles, matting, and lashing, shows that bitumen was essential to watercraft technology. It reinforces interpretation from other side, particularly from RJ2 and Russell Jeans in Oman, and H3 and Sabia in Kuwait, regarding this particular construction method, and strongly suggests that both reed-built and most probably wooden-built vessels coated with bitumen were sailing across the Gulf. These boats were likely involved in long-distance exchange, as well as other maritime activity on the site, like fishing and most probably pearling as well. So finally, the decorated bitumen jar stoppers, the imported ceramics, the raw material itself, all point directly to Mesopotamia and the main bitumen sources regions of Mesopotamia. And this connection anchor Umar firmly within the broader early Bronze Age trade networks operating across the Gulf. So taken together, the bitumen from Umar is not just a technical material, it's a key tracer of trade, technology, recycling practices, and maritime life in the early Bronze Age Gulf. Thank you, and here a photo of the boat on display. Any sign in time?
Thank you, Alessandro. You're right on time.
Okay,
excellent presentation. We have a couple of minutes left for questions, if there are questions in the room. We have one here at the front. If you could just wait for a microphone to reach you. If you could wait for a microphone to reach you, then, and if I stand closer to the microphone, that will also work.
Yeah, I wanted to ask if you found any comparison, any ethnographic analogies of reuse and recycling of bitumen, or if it's just something that is attested by this archaeological evidence.
No, we have a lot of ethnographic records of the use of bitumen, particularly in southern Iraq, and as well as recycling. They're still, as far as I know, they're still using bitumen for their boats, and of course, until relatively recently, they were also using bitumen for Iranian vessels as well. It's, as I said, it's valuable material and it's very versatile, so you can use it multiple times. I worked in several projects on in Bronze Age reconstruction, on Bronze Age boat reconstructions. I worked with some of boat builders from Iraq, and they value the material, they recycle the material, and so we have evidence. I mean, quite clear evidence of that.
So even where there is availability of bitumen, they still tend to reuse it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any more questions in the room, so if you could join me in thanking Dr. Guidoni for his presentation this morning.
All right, thank you, Mike.
And moving right along, I'd like to welcome our next speaker to the stage, Dr. Aksheta Suryanarayan, who's going to be talking about social network analysis of exchange systems in the Bronze Age Arabian Gulf. Dr. Suryanarayan, welcome to the stage.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me? Yes, all right. First, I'd like to thank the organizers for their very hard work in bringing us all together to this historic event. I feel really honored to be here. So thank you and thank you. So my name is Aksheta. I'm a postdoctoral research fellow at Oxford and currently hosted at the Macdonald Institute in Cambridge. And for those of you who might know me, you might know I've specialized in organic residue analysis of pottery, and I'm broadly interested in thinking about foodways and how organic products were used as part of culinary or domestic practices, and how organic products were moved through exchange networks. So as part of this work, I'm very grateful to the Zayed National Museum for awarding me a large research grant earlier this year to investigate long-term vessel usage strategies at different coastal settlements in the UAE. And this work is currently ongoing, and hopefully in the future I will be able to present some of the very exciting results to you. But today I'm not going to be talking about any of this, so I'm sorry to disappoint. Instead, I'm going to present some very preliminary research and questions that I've been thinking about as part of my current position, which is about broader social networks and exchange systems. So I don't need to probably tell anyone in the room here that we know that during the early and middle Bronze Age in Western Asia, there were a range of exchange networks that linked Arabia, Mesopotamia, Iran, Bahrain, and South Asia, and beyond, facilitating the long-distance movement of a wide variety of raw materials and finished products. And we have texts from Mesopotamia, of course, particularly from the Sargonic and Ur-3 periods, that provide us with lists of commodities that entered Mesopotamia, from toponyms referred to as Tilmun, Magan, and Meluha. And these include copper, tin, semi-precious stone, soft stone, and ceramic vessels, and of course, organic products. And these ancient exchange and trade networks have been a major focus of in archaeology in general, but particularly within Arabian archaeology. And there's a vast body of scholarship that actually discusses Bronze Age trade and exchange in the Gulf and how it might have been organized. And these different models use, they either rely on, ideas of the institutional control from Mesopotamia that organize this trade, or you have ideas of elites controlling this trade and core periphery trade models, or on the other end of the spectrum, you have more decentralized understanding of the nature of exchange, and there's a focus on internal exchange economies within Southeastern Arabia, and also household level exchange. So it's outside the scope of my current presentation to summarize all these different models. There's very vast literature out there, and they've been discussed in detail by other people who are far more familiar with the topic than me. And for example, I refer you to Daniel Edisford's thesis and subsequent publication. So building upon Dan's work, I was interested in applying social network analysis to try and characterize the structure of different exchange networks in this period. I particularly wanted to try to quantify some of the evidence of exchange to investigate relationships between networks of artifacts. And so social network analysis provides a way of actually measuring the structure of networks and visualizing them in a way that the lines actually mean something, rather than the hypothetical arrows that we often see on maps that are supposed to indicate these exchange networks across the Middle Asian interaction sphere. So when I say the word social networks, Facebook probably comes to mind. And indeed, network research investigates relational phenomena. So this means studying relationships between entities such as people, objects, and ideas. Network research emphasizes that actors and their actions are interdependent, and that relational ties between actors are channels for the transfer or flow of resources that can be either material or non-material. And it's based on the mathematical study of graphs and its graph theory. So we can apply social network analysis to understand relationship among actors, to understand their individual behavior. We can also then visualize and quantify interactions amongst entities. And this enables multi-scalar analysis and a comparison of systems with many interacting actors. It's become quite popular in archaeology in thinking about complex systems. So just to run you through, typically in network analysis, networks are visualized as nodes and edges, where a node represents an actor, and an edge or a link indicates a relationship between nodes. So here we have nodes A, B, and C, and you can see that site A is connected to 4 sites, site B connected to 2, site C connected to 3. And in this presentation, my nodes will be sites, and the edges will indicate similar assemblages of a non-local object. So these we can then start to quantify different properties of nodes and ask questions about centrality, so the importance of a node within a network. We can also look at the density of social networks, revealing the structure of the diffusion of material goods, and ask questions like which sites are closely connected, how many sites are connected, and what does the structure reveal about the circulation of objects? And finally, we can also think about changes over time. So what might chronological shifts in object distributions reveal about shifting social and economic dynamics? So I will talk about some of the preliminary results that I experimented with, which reveal some interesting patterns but potentially raise more questions than answers. I relied heavily on Daniel Edisford's compilation of the presence and absence of different types of imported pottery at sites across the early, middle, and late Umar period to ask if social network analysis can help us understand previously unexplored dynamics of how exchange networks were organized. And I'm working on adding to his database, and there might be sites missing, so bear with me. This is just an illustrative example. And the most common approach to building material cultural networks in archaeology relies on the presence, absence, or frequency of objects tabulated according to some classification system. And I use what's called Jacquard's similarity coefficient to calculate how often 2 sites both contain that imported pottery type relative to their total pottery listings. I also do some spatial mapping based on geographic coordinates, and I've used R, which is an open source software, which ensures reproducibility of all the work. So I start with the early Umar period, and of course this is the time where we see settlement shifts and a change in mortuary traditions, the beginning of sedentism and oasis settlements in southeastern Arabia. There's a gradual increase in the presence of non-local objects. So you see here, for each pottery class, a network where nodes are sites, and because each of these imported pottery datasets is a binary 0 to 1 per site, the networks reflect a co-occurrence structure, not abundance. So on the left for Mesopotamian pottery, you see a pretty small network, as I've only used sites that we have secure dates to the early Umar period, which actually report the presence of Mesopotamian pottery. So this is why each node is connected to the other. The red squares are tombs, and the brown circles are settlement contexts. And we see that it's not just tombs that have Mesopotamian pottery, but also settlements. And meanwhile, Southeastern Iranian pottery is found at a much smaller group of these sites, at Umanar Island, and then in the Alayan Oasis area. Here I use Jacquard's similarity metrics to calculate the similarity of these assemblages. So in this network, node size indicates strength, meaning how similar that site's non-local pottery assemblage is to all others. Thicker edges represent sites with very similar non-local pottery assemblages, and thinner edges indicate partial similarity. And this layout is force-directed, which means that strongly connected sites cluster closely together. So you'll notice that Oman Island sits at the periphery and has a much smaller node compared to the others, and it's because it's the only site where we have really early evidence for Indus pottery. So its assemblage is unique and relative to the other sites in the network. I won't talk about the community aspect here. I'll just skip that part. But I just wanted to provide this example to you. It's perhaps not too archaeologically informative, but just an example of what a network can look like. If we move on to the Middle Omanar period, where there's an expanding participation in long-distance exchange networks, what's interesting is that Mesopotamian pottery is reported at a few sites, but each of these sites have identical network metrics, so their degree, their strength, and eigenvector. I can explain that later. So it's a highly cohesive, tight, and closed network. Iranian pottery, on the other hand, it's a dense network. There are many settlements and tombs that have similar network metrics, but then there are others that report absolutely no presence of Iranian pottery. So there's more selective distribution, but the pattern among those that have pottery is uniform. Indus pottery, on the other hand, is the densest network. Most settlement sites have identical metrics, and it suggests that Indus pottery really circulated widely. There's no single settlement that appears to monopolize circulation. Once again here, node size indicates strength, and as you might expect, the sites in the center of the network include several key settlement and tower sites, and those that appear to have broad access to multiple long-distance exchange networks. And when we map these sites spatially, we don't really see any specific spatial patterns, which is interesting in itself. There's spatially wide access to non-local pottery. In the late Omanar period, Mesopotamian pottery continues to be reported at quite a small number of settlements and tombs, which again have identical network metrics. So again, there's this pattern of restricted circulation. With Iranian pottery, there's a dense network, and a much wider distribution observed compared to the Middle Omanar period. It's cohesive, it's sort of non-hierarchical and widespread. With Indus pottery, it's still a dense network, and most settlements have similar network metrics, but it doesn't circulate as widely as it did in the Middle Omanar. And we begin to see some Central Asian pottery, which is only reported from 3 tombs. Sorry, the labels are a bit overlapping there, but hopefully you can see. And when it comes to the early Dulmun or Barbar pottery, it involves the same sites as Indus pottery, concentrating in the northern part of southeastern Arabia. And I think we're seeing the beginnings of that, the entanglements between Dulmun and Indus networks here. In this network, we see that, based on the force-directed layout, that coastal settlements are at the center of the network. And it's really interesting. It suggests the reorganization of how non-local pottery is being distributed at the end of the Omanar period. So critical members in the audience might be thinking, what does this tell us that we didn't already know? And you could probably think of the many different challenges that are associated with this type of analysis. And some of them include chronological uncertainties and inconsistencies, where period overlaps can create artificial connections or maybe hide them. Uneven excavation and publication can inflate co-occurrences. And of course, the presence and absence approach flattens variability. Preservation and the type of settlement creates biases in the assemblage. The way excavators classify objects and categories and assign provenance can vary. And finally, there's differential sampling and reporting sizes, which creates a problem very similar to point 2. And a way to counter this, and several people who do network analysis incorporate this into their analyses, is they do sensitivity analyses. So for example, Monte Carlo and related bootstrapping resampling methods to simulate and assess the variability in the data by generating perturbations that approximate the problems that are inherent in these data sets, or creating dummy networks and comparing them to the archaeological ones. And there's probably no one doing serious network analysis in archaeology today who doesn't take into account these very critical aspects of uncertainty. And hopefully the next time I present this to you, I'll have those sensitivity analyses as well. So this sort of takes me to my closing thoughts, and thoughts about how we can incorporate uncertainty and also incorporate network thinking into how we understand Southeastern Arabian exchange networks more broadly. And as archaeologists, we're always dealing with uncertainty and missing data. And there's a whole other invisible nature of exchange that's largely missing in the archaeological record. Our reliance on material culture invariably gives us a biased perspective, always. And I think that this uncertainty, although frustrating at times, gives us room to imagine different ways of social organization and relationality between people and their objects. And particularly in Southeastern Arabia, where we're still grappling with many questions about how different communities participated in long-distance networks, network thinking, I think, opens up these questions of relationality. And we need to question all the different mechanisms by which a non-local object actually ends up in a settlement or a tomb. I think the exploratory networks I've shown you hint at these different and shifting relationalities across the Bronze Age. Of course, this needs to be expanded to a much larger geographical region, and I need to incorporate all the different types of non-local material objects that are circulating in the region at the time to test different hypotheses about the structure and organization of these networks across time and across different scales. And finally, I think it raises these types of large meta-analyses really reveal the challenges of reproducibility, resolution, and data quality that we encounter in archaeology in general, but I think especially in Arabian archaeology. But hopefully we can start to address these questions and eventually move on to really big questions that we would like to address in archaeology. Thank you. Oh, my acknowledgements are missing, but
Thank you so much for that presentation, Dr. Akshet. Do we have any questions in the room? I'm looking for some raised hands. If not, I'll take the chair's opportunity to ask you a question. You've focused on non-local materials as part of these interactions between communities. Mm-hmm. Is it possible to incorporate within your modelling also evidence for local interactions within Southeastern Arabia, and what kind of indices might you focus on for that sort of study, if it's possible?
No, absolutely. It's a very good point and a good question. I think something that probably I should try to do is incorporate all the different types of regional and local pottery that was being produced. It's all about how you categorize these, I guess, the labels you assign to these different pottery, and also the way something is classified as regionally produced versus locally produced. It's a bit, it differs from publication to publication. But when you ask about interregional exchange, I think organic products is one thing that we think about, and obviously copper, and how copper is moving around the region. I haven't really worked out. There are many aspects when it comes to stone beads and copper where we don't have clear provenance that we can assign. And that's something I've been struggling with when it comes to these networks, because you need to have a very clear, there's like the binary system sort of reduces you to say presence and absence of a particular thing. I'm not really answering your question very well, but I hear you, is what I want to say. Yeah. Thank you.
You've escaped the stage there, Akshet, with still a few minutes to go, but if people have questions, then I'm sure they can be asked in the coffee break. No, that's okay. You made an excellent escape. Okay, moving right along, we'll we'll introduce our next speaker for the session, Dr. Francesca Barchiesi, who's going to be talking about her work on ornaments from HD7 in Oman. Welcome to the stage.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present this paper. Today, I will share preliminary results from our ongoing project on the ornamental assemblage from the early Bronze Age necropolis in HD7 at Ras Al-Had, excavated by the University of Bologna between 2023 and 2025. The tombs that form the funerary landscape of HD7 and HD10 in Ras Al-Had have been known since the early 80s, and they are close to two important settlements, HD5 and HD6, which is one of the most important Hafid settlements ever excavated in Oman. In our necropolis, different clusters of tombs were recognized and labeled with alphanumeric code, as you can see on the right side of the slide. The tombs that are located on the rocky terrace behind HD6, and at least for the most ancient phase, they are likely related to this settlement. A longer use of the cemetery is suggested by the later phase of HD5, dated to the second half of the 3rd millennium BC. In the last 30 years, a total of 17 tombs have been excavated, including also our recent fieldwork. We have been focused our efforts on two main clusters of tombs, Group 2 and Group 12. The scientific investigation of this necropolis certainly contributes to a broader regional discussion concerning a potential local variant of what we call a fit tomb model, characterized here by low-high and the use of white beach rock to outline the structure's outer perimeter. If we accept the sequence proposed for Ras Al-Had, we can distinguish several clusters that suggest an evolution from an early phase at HD10 to a later phase at HD7. This hypothesis is based on evidence changes in tomb construction and burial customs, for example, the use of cremation and general increase in the manipulation of human remains. The material culture includes lithics, stone vessels, pottery, shell artifacts, copper-based objects, and net sinkers. What appears surprising is the presence of tools, in particular stone tools, several flint borers, and copper alloy pins, which points to a range of craft activities taking place around the funerary area. This interpretation is supported not only by the tools themselves, which on their own could be read simply as grave offerings, but by the associated waste and semi-finished products, such as conus rings at different stages of manufacture and preform of steatite beads. After an unsuccessful attempt to verify the presence of collagen in human bones, preference was given to charcoal samples. 4 samples were analyzed at the Bravo 14 lab in Bologna and in Mannheim laboratory. The 3 older determination cluster in the first half of 3rd millennium BC, while 1 falls into the mid-3rd millennium BC. The material culture includes the most substantial part of the funerary assemblage is composed by ornaments, and in particular beads. We combined typology and raw material characterization of this special class of artifacts to explore craft traditions and cultural identity. This approach was driven by the internal variability of shapes and macroscopic raw material appearances. Here you can see the overall distribution of ornaments across the excavated tombs. Out of a total of more than 1,500 elements, the richest contexts are Tomb 1, 2, and 5 in Group 12, whereas the poorest are Tomb 3 in Group 12 and Tomb 2 in Group 2, reflecting the fact that the archaeological deposits were the most heavily disturbed. This diagram illustrates the ideal workflow for a comprehensive study of the ornaments. So far, we have focused on the first two steps. An initial typological classification and a more detailed investigation of the raw materials, which has required a combination of different expertise. If we look now at the variability of types of ornaments, beyond beads, we encounter also shell rings made of conus and pinctada, few pendants and discs, and a consistent amount of steatite preforms represented by small circular elements and flakes. At the raw material level, we distinguish 5 main macro groups: natural origin materials, hard and soft mineral stones, hard and soft multi-mineral stones, artificial materials, and metals. These macro categories are further divided into subclasses. As you can see on the right side of the dendrogram, chlorite with steatite, and on the right side, steatite and fired steatite represent the majority of the assemblage, followed by much smaller quantities of fish vertebra, worked shells, and some natural shaped shells. To move beyond macroscopic identification, we analyzed a representative sample of bead using Raman spectroscopy and SEM with energy dispersive X-ray. Our primary aim was to refine the distinction between different stone types. The sampling strategy takes into account variation in raw material group, color variety, shape, and archaeological context, and focus here on the SEM EDX results, which allows us to investigate both microstructure and semi-quantitative data of elemental composition. This data can be directly compared with the existing HD6 published data by Dr. Randall Law. The first example comes from Raman spectroscopy. The Raman spectrum shows an excellent match with reference spectrum for microcrystalline quartz, confirming the expected macroscopic identification and giving us confidence in the broader typological attribution for this color group of material. The next group of slides illustrates how ADX refines our understanding of single mineral and multi-mineral softstones. These two samples of dark bluish color variety have spectra consistent with chlorite group of phyllosilicates, confirming our initial macroscopic attribution based on color and surface appearance. Instead, these other samples show how initial macroscopic attribution could be misleading. This bead was first recorded as simply brownish softstone. EDX, however, reveals a phyllosilicates with a distinctly iron-rich chlorite composition, allowing us to be more specific in classification. Another group of beads identified as pyrophyllite is this pink soft stones was also analyzed and more precisely identified as a single mineral stone between pyrophyllosilicates. A type of raw material also identified by Randall Law in HD6, further supporting the connection between settlement and necropolis. Now we shift on the group of this other unique bright light greenstone, and after EDX we identified it as muscovite, a very common mica group mineral within the phyllosilicate subclass. Moving on with steatite, this is one of the key materials of the assemblage. Talc is a mineral, whereas steatite is a rock composed of talc together with other minerals. In the absence of more detailed analysis, we prefer to use the term steatite, although we note that in our case, several beads appear to be quite pure talc. In our assemblage, it can occur in a wide range of colors. It is most commonly green, but cream, black, bluish, and reddish varieties were also analyzed. Examples from HD6 and HD7 are here compared. The first is an almost pure talc, brown in color and clearly recognizable both macroscopically and in SEM image of the resin embedded sample. On the contrary, the second had initially been mistaken for quartzite because of its whitish translucent appearance, but the analysis confirms that it is also a talc-rich metamorphic rock. We finally turn to fired steatite, which in our assemblage ranges in color from gray-white to yellowish or pure white. In few cases shows a pale bluish hue. Two samples different in shape typology were analyzed, both showing different texture between inner part and external part. As you can see, the inner part is brighter. I will draw your attention to the presence of sulfur that occur in the spots detected in the external side. On the contrary, these last two other samples of different shape typology, sulfur is absent to the spectra. And this brings us to the summary of our preliminary morphotypology, pointing a preference for microbeads, a pattern consistent with trends observed in several Afit necropolis. Besides microbeads, by contrast, we can see the greater variability of shapes that characterize the other material categories, which are less common. These final graphs, by contrast, explore other variabilities, such as color in relation to shape. One point we wish to highlight is the high degree of standardization in the short microcylindrical form, which for both chlorites and steatites tends to be associated with a restricted range of colors. From our perspective, what makes the rich assemblage from HD7 particularly distinctive and worthy of further investigation is its close connection with the settlement of HD6, which is one of the very few sites for this early Bronze Age phase to provide clear and reliable archaeological evidence for in situ bead production. The topic of raw material sourcing is crucial but at the same time extremely complex, and we do not intend to address it today. What we wish to emphasize, however, is that both the settlement and the necropolis at Ras Al Had have yielded manufacturing waste and unfinished steatite pieces. If some materials were imported from afar, they were nevertheless worked locally. However, at this stage, we are not prepared to exclude the possibility that certain specific stones were obtained in the immediate proximity of HD7, as indicated in the last bullet point. In the enstatite samples embedded in resin, sulfur appears in the spectra, whereas in the uncoated, non-embedded samples, this element is absent. We would like to understand whether this difference is more likely to result from environmental patina, for example, or sample preparation and so an instrumental artifact, or whether it is more plausible that it reflects a genuine difference between beads themselves, some containing sulfur, others not. In the latter case, the presence or absence of sulfur might, in combination with bead shape and surface treatment, point to different production processes or workshops. At present, however, the dataset is too limited and the number of analyzed samples will need to be increased. Sorry. Looking ahead, we aim to expand the radiocarbon series, complete the analytical work on beads, and integrate it with more detailed quantitative analysis. Parallel geological survey and experimental work will help us to refine provenance, hypotheses, and better understand technological choices. Many thanks also to the excavation team and to students that participated in the last fieldwork, as well to IASA committee for the research grant that allowed the radiocarbon data. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Francesca, for sticking exactly to time and giving us plenty of time for questions. If there are any questions in the audience, please let me know. There's a question over on the side there. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A quick question, the fired steatite and the enstatite.
Yeah.
Could you differentiate the natural enstatite and the fired steatite?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Could you differentiate the fired steatite
Yes.
and the natural enstatite?
Yes, the appearance is very different actually. Natural steatite is much greasy to touch, and also in color. It's besides the white disc bit that I showed at the beginning, which we misunderstood as quartzite, but the appearance is very opaque and translucent, while the fired steatite is a completely different type of white color and also of consistency. Is very, very fragile actually, and with fractures usually all over the body of the beads. And so also the macroscopic appearance is quite recognizable. We have a few examples of probably different stages of firing, because we had some example of this bluish hue that for us is suggesting like different temperatures of firing or different time of firing. But something that probably I didn't highlight well is that there is this topic and this question about how they produce the white color, because from several experimentation by especially Randall Law and also Mark Neuer, they tried to create the white color only by firing, but they noticed that the firing process just make the beads darker. So the white color is probably something that they add to the surface of the bead to like kind of bleach them. But and the presence of sulfur is maybe a clue of this process, but we need to analyze a lot of more examples to see if there is a pattern concerning different shapes typology or different colors varieties, and maybe to why not identify different workshops of this kind of particular technology, which involves very high temperature actually for firing steatite. I don't know if I answer correctly. Okay.
Do we have other questions in the room? I have one, if it's okay. You mentioned multiple different colours and colour preferences. I'm wondering if you have any evidence, contextual perhaps, around the combinations of those colours and how they might have been used in the ornaments.
So this is the reason why we want to take into consideration both the settlement of HD6 and the necropolis, because from HD7 we have a very scattered evidence and secondary deposition situations. So we don't have, the necklace with the string and all the beads together. We collected the most of them by sieving. But from HD6, on the contrary, we have some exceptional examples of the complete ornament with where we can see the way of how they string together the beads. But we have still to look at the HD6 corpus assemblage of material, but this is the next step. What we can say now is that from Neolithic to Bronze Age, we can see some preferences of colors, and this is not only a collection of natural materials that already had that type of colors, but also a deliberate process of alteration, like for fire steatites, or in later phases also cornelian. The typical color red of cornelian is an alteration of the original appearance. So this is definitely a topic that belongs to identity and fashion, and it's something that we want to explore more.
Okay, if there are no more questions, please join me in thanking our speaker. Okay, our next presentation this morning is by Dr. Giusy Carpasso, who's going to be talking about Bronze Age infancy in southeastern Arabia. And so please join me in welcoming Dr. Carpasso to the stage.
So, good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the organizing committee of the seminar and the Zayed National Museum for the opportunity to share our contribution today. And this study on infancy in Bronze Age Arabia will show how an integrated approach, an interdisciplinary approach to the study of subadults makes it possible to move beyond basic demographic data and reconstruct new aspects of individual life histories, offering an unprecedented in-depth understanding of biological conditions as well as the cultural choices that shaped how ancient communities perceived its children. In our case study focuses on a specific context within Area R of the final Bronze Age cemetery at Curaya, which Marta Luciani will discuss later today in the Alto Raya studio. Together with Ahmed Abouelhassan of the Heritage Commission of the Saudi Ministry of Culture, she co-directs the Curaya Joint Archaeological Project. So, Curaya is one of the main walled sites of the Northwest Arabia, and its foundation as a permanent settlement and urban oasis begins in the late 4th millennium BCE. Its occupation continued for at least 4,000 years. A peculiarity of Curaya is that from its beginning, its funerary landscape is not decoupled from the settlement, but on the contrary, exceptional tombs are kept and developed inside the confines of the bounded landscapes of the oasis. These are excavation areas M, B, C, and A and R. So, starting with the late 4th millennium in the 33rd century BCE, in Area M, the small stone oval tomb on the top of Curaya rock plateau was used for burying single exceptional individuals for almost 1,000 years. After the tomb was sealed in the 23rd century BCE, two twin rectangular two-chamber stone tombs were built in the lower town. You can see Area B and Area C, which were used until the 16th century. In the 15th and 14th century BCE, another tomb, a singular rectangular chamber, here Area AA, was established, and finally in the 13th century, starting in the 13th century, we have the huge funerary complex in Area R, which extends already now for over 500 square meters, and it was built partially with stone walls, but mostly with different types of mud bricks. All tombs here are same scale, so you can appreciate the significant upgrade in scope and complexity in the construction of Area R funerary compound at the end of the late Bronze Age. So the funerary building is made of over a dozen architectural units and has so far yielded Egyptian scarabs, iron and bronze weapons and jewelry, ostrich eggs, clay figurine, painted clay pendants, thousands of gemstones and other beads, and hundreds of painted vessels. Marta Luciani has published several studies on specific finds. Before focusing on our case study in Area R, it's useful to review the data from human remains uncovered in early Bronze Age burials, which provide an essential context for understanding the community practices. So anthropological analysis have revealed changing trends in adult-subadult ratio over time. In the two cemeteries dated to the early Bronze Age 4, Middle Bronze Age, namely Area B and Area C, the adult-subadult ratio is slightly skewed in favor of adults, as shown in the graph on the right. However, there is a difference between the two areas. In Area B, the ratio is relatively balanced, while, as you can see, in Area C, it's strongly unbalanced, with subadults representing only 20% of the total sample. The following late Bronze Age is represented by Area AA, which held the remains of 18 adult and only 1 juvenile. As in Area C, the expected number of subadults is so missing, and therefore this stump too must be interpreted as a selective burial. During the final late Bronze Age, initial Iron Age, there is a notable increase in the representation of the youngest age classes in the community funerary practices, as evidenced by Area R and Area A. Prenatal and perinatal individuals appear here for the first time in these two areas. In particular, in Area A, they recut a fire chamber of the abandoned kiln to bury numerous individuals, 20 individuals. Of these, 77% are subadults, indicating that the burial context was once more intended for the youngest members of the community. If we consider the overall final late Bronze Age, initial Iron Age burial population, which means Area R and Area A together, the adult-subadult ratio is balanced, consistent with expectations from pre-industrial, pre-antibiotic populations. So the number of subadults overall has increased compared to previous periods, and moreover we have seen that both sites have specific locations for the formal burial of subadults. So to further investigate the role of subadults within the Kuraya community, we address today a peculiar context of the final late Bronze Age, initial Iron Age, Area R complex, the so-called niche 2627. We would like to acknowledge Fabian Spilater's work on these plants in the frame of his master thesis at the University of Vienna. Niche 2627 yielded the remains of this niche is the smaller chamber of the entire complex, a tiny trapezoidal chamber of less than 1 square meter, which was intentionally built from the building's foundation phase. So we understand this structure as reflecting the intention to create a unique funerary space within the broader Area R complex. This context yielded the remains of 3 subadults and 2 adults, which were initially analyzed in the field using morphometric anthropological methods. But since we aim to investigate early infancy at Kuraya and reconstruct the biological life histories of in subadults, we carried out additional paleoproteomics and histomorphometric analysis in the framework of the ERC project Mothers, led by Alessia Nava. So this work represents a pilot study aimed at exploring early life development within this selected site. We choose this niche, this context, because of its significance, which, as mentioned, highlights the particular attention paid to subadults. Specifically, the sex of the 3 subadults and 1 of the adults was determined through enamel peptide analysis, while dental microstructure analysis enabled the reconstruction of growth parameters and the assessment of non-specific physiological stress experienced during childhood. So tooth enamel forms rhythmically, providing a chronological frame that can be used to reconstruct individual life histories, once formed, enamel does not remodel, thus preserving a permanent record of information related to childhood. Moreover, since deciduous teeth begin to form in utero, they can also provide information into prenatal life and into the pregnancy. Finally, we have to consider that in archaeological contexts, generally teeth are better preserved and more resistant to their genetic processes than bones. So the tooth forms in height from the cusp to the cervical region and in extension toward the outer surface, producing rhythmic growth markers. We see, for example, the prisms that represent the path of a single cell depositing enamel every day. We have the cross striations which form in 24 hours and reflect the circadian cycle. We have a retius line which represent a front of cells depositing enamel in around 7-10 days. I'm not going through enamel, but what you have to know is that accentuated lines, which you can see as darker, more prominent bands, represent a temporary slowdown in enamel secretion caused by non-specific physiological stress. Among accentuated lines, the neonatal line marks the birth event, which represents the very first stress of our life, and forms in deciduous teeth around 10 to 14 days after birth. So the neonatal line separates the enamel which forms during pregnancy and the enamel that forms postnatally. So quantifying enamel microstructures allows the reconstruction of childhood growth trajectories, as tooth growth rates can give information, can be approximated to overall body growth of the baby. In addition, if death occurred before dental development was complete, it's possible to estimate chronological age at death with daily precision. Additionally, physiological stress event recorded, as we have seen, as accentuated lines can be identified and placed in a chronological sequence in the lifetime of the individual. They can be chronologized. So for histological analysis, we selected 7 teeth from 3 subadults, and thin sections were prepared using a microdestructive approach according to a novel protocol from the Mother's Lab at La Sapienza University of Rome. Sex was determined through Paleoproteomics by examining the peptides in dental enamel. This method is particularly useful for subadults where traditionally osteological sex estimation is not possible. Specifically, the sex is estimated based on the presence or absence of the MLY peptide in amelogenin, which is a protein involved in enamel formation. Since this peptide is encoded by the Y chromosome, it's only found in males. So its absence indicates that the individual was a female. You can see 2 species, and in the first case, the absence of this form, this peptide, indicates that the individual was a female. In the bottom case, by contrast, the individual is a male because he has both the peptides. So, in the deposit belonging to the earliest phase of use of the niche, the remains of one subadult were associated with the curated remains of an adult female for whom no teeth were preserved for further analysis. Amelogenin analysis identified the subadult as male. Anthropological examination classified him as a perinatal individual with long bone development indicating a full-term birth. The prenatal crown formation time further support this interpretation, consistent with the expectations for a full-term birth. However, the neonatal line is absent, so suggesting that the individual was either a stillborn or survived less than 1 or 2 weeks, which, as we have seen, is the time that takes for the neonatal line to form after birth. In the following phase of use of the niche, we have 2 subadults associated with 1 adult. For this female subadult, enamel histology refined the age at death estimated macroscopically to 5.5 years. The deciduous incisor of this child revealed 2 episodes of physiological stress occurred 46 and 26 days before birth, so during pregnancy. You can see the neonatal line in green, and zooming in, you can clearly see the 2 darker stress lines at higher magnification. The second subadult was a female aged 8.5 years, and also in this case, we recorded several episodes of physiological stress in yellow, occurring between 6 months of age and 4 years, some of which were severe enough to be visible as hypoplastic defects on the surface of the teeth. The 2 subadults were associated with the remains of an adult female, as confirmed by amelogenin analysis. So the data from the niche reveal high levels of physiological stress during infancy among the subadults of Curaya and are fully consistent with what is expected in pre-antibiotic, pre-industrial societies, where early life vulnerability was shaped by a combination of factors, including infection diseases and nutritional instability. Stress episodes occur both in prenatal life and during the first years of life, indicating a high degree of frailty in individuals who did not reach adulthood. Thus, we see that to accommodate and honor the formal disposal of both male and female children, an anomalous chamber was carved out within the otherwise highly orthogonal architecture of Area R. If we look at the associated finds, moreover, we see that the burial kit, including carnelian, mother of pearl, faience beads, ostrich egg, bronze and iron jewelry, and bichrome patent vessels, corresponds well to the standards found in all other chambers. However, we observe two significant exceptions. The first is in the pottery. Bichrome painted jugs with representation of an animal in the metopy are typical burial gifts in virtually all interment of Area R. But in the case of the niche, not only is the jug slightly smaller in size than usual, but instead of being decorated with 2 metopes as usual, it featured 3 small metopes. Each one is painted with a depiction of a small mouse. Furthermore, there is another singular find, a triangular pendant made by recutting and piercing the rim of an Egyptian faience vessel. It may have been the rim of a straight-sided bowl, as the example found in Timna visible in comparison, or even a close-shaped vessel, like the one from the Boston Fine Arts Museum. The color may have been modified again after post-depositionally, as visible in the examples from the Cyprus and from the Hathor head, famous Hathor head, again from Timna, that we can see in the top. We could be mistaken in thinking that it may have symbolized the female organ, but interestingly, this pendant is unique thus far in the entire Area R. The only pendant potentially comparable in shape and size, even if its surface is not well preserved, is the faience pendant from another chamber, room 3218, where 4 fetuses were found. Afis, this pendant and possibly its skeuomorph in carnelian were associated with women who had experienced fertility problems and or early death of children. So in conclusion, the study highlights the importance of an integrated approach combining multi-scale anthropological and archaeological data. the integrated analysis of stratigraphy, architectural features, burial practices, and grave goods, together with taphonomic observation, osteological, and in-depth analysis of human remains, shows that within the extensive Area R complex, during the late final Bronze Age to early Iron Age, from the very outset of the architectural project, the community intentionally established a dedicated funerary space to honor children who were stillborn or died within the first years of life, as well as the adult women who accompanied them. We saw that some of the ornaments may symbolically reference female anatomy and themes of fertility, thus reinforcing the broader cultural significance of attributed to these burials. So future perspective will include high-resolution chemical analysis of trace elements to investigate breastfeeding and weaning practices. So we will see how the chemical composition of tooth enamel changes during the formation of the tooth in relation to changes in the diet of the babies. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Capasso. Do we have questions from the audience? We have one there from Mark. There's a microphone coming to you.
Thank you very much. This was really interesting, and congratulations to your first results. I have a question regarding the dental analysis. I was, because there were also pictures of molars, but just to double check, I wanted to ask whether you used incisors only.
No, we used different tooth classes and both deciduous and permanent teeth from the same individuals to cover a very wide chronological range, because deciduous teeth began to form in utero, whereas first molars begin to form at birth, slightly before birth, or till 8-9 years. So to cover the wide chronological age as possible for each individual, we sampled different tooth classes. Yes.
Thank you.
I can't see any other questions in the room at the moment, but I will ask one myself if that's okay. Normally we would think of neonates and 5- and 8-year-old children as potentially in quite different social categories within a society, but they're buried in the same niche that you were talking about. And I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about what this might tell us about the social roles and identification of infancy within the Koraya society.
So thank you for this very interesting question. We were just discussing with Professor Marta Luciani about this topic, because we saw that compared to the previous phases, to the earliest phases, from the late Bronze Age, initial Iron Age, we just have an increase in representation in the funerary record in the buried population of fetuses, prenatal individuals, and perinatal individuals. And as you said, sometimes they are excluded from formal burials in other cases. But this can underline, this can highlight the social importance of these individuals. Also, the fact that they carved out this particular trapezoidal chamber, that is the smallest chamber of the entire area complex from the beginning, from the very outset of the architectural project over here, means that it's possible that this was intended specifically for a very tiny baby, for very neonate and subadults, and highlights the importance, the social importance, and the social perception of infancy in the Koraya community. But new analyses are on the way, so I will hope to be able to tell you more in the future. So thank you so much.
Okay, I can't see any more questions in the room, so join me in thanking our speaker. Okay, for our next presentation today, we have Dr. Hugh Thomas, who's going to be talking about his work in Hale in Saudi Arabia. Welcome to the stage, Dr. Thomas.
Thank you very much for that. I'm presenting today on behalf of a number of authors listed on the screen about the new work that we're conducting in the region of Hale in Saudi Arabia. But I thought, considering where we are today, that I should potentially start off with a quote from Peter McGee from his book, The Archaeology of Prehistoric Arabia. Peter writes that in 2014 that archaeological fieldwork is desperately needed in Western and Northern Arabia, and that for too long it's been dominated by narratives constructed on the archaeological record outside of Arabia. Now, since Peter wrote that book, there has been an absolute boom of archaeological discoveries from the Heritage Commission, from international teams regarding the archaeology found in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And here is just a handful of those that are present online. But Peter is correct, because these discoveries are demonstrating that we need to break out of the mold of thinking about Saudi Arabia as part of a looking at it from a Levantine point of view, and instead beginning to focusing on it independently, because it does have a unique independent archaeological tradition. And these are highlighted by two types of structures, the mustatil and the funerary avenues. Both of these structures, which I'll give you some images of in a second, cover vast swathes of northern and central Saudi Arabia. The mustatil, over 350,000 square kilometers, 1,600 plus mustatil identified in an area the size of Poland. And this map is now obsolete, as the Amina team, through Michael Fradley, has recently published potentially some mustatil up along the border of Jordan, and potentially one or two over the border. In the Bronze Age, we have the funerary avenues, which extend for thousands of kilometers. If you don't know much about these, and I apologize if some of the labels have been cut off, mustatil are monumental ritual structures dating from the end of the 6th millennium into the 5th millennium. They range in size from anywhere from about 20 meters up to 600 meters in length, and they cover an incredibly large portion of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They are, in a sense, unique, as far as we can tell so far, to Saudi Arabia. Now, they are comprised of the same basic components, that is, two thick ends, a base with an entranceway, and these associated features that you might be able to spot out the bottom, and a head, which is where we find these ritual chambers, where people are going and offering dedications of faunal material, specifically upper cranial elements of horned animals, and only upper cranial elements of horned animals, and a couple of little bits and pieces in terms of artifacts. But interestingly, when you look at a map like this and you see how far the distribution of mustatil are, you can also see that even over long distances, they often look quite similar. And I think that's really highlighted by the two on either side here, one from Al Khawait, which we photographed just a couple of weeks ago with this very beautiful crescent moon base, along with one closer to Mecca, a photograph given by our friend Ibrahim Al-Qaedi. Now, in the Bronze Age, we find that the mustatil have disappeared. There's almost 1,000 years of gap for monumental architecture, when all of a sudden, at about 2900 BCE, the funerary avenues appear across northwest Saudi Arabia. Thousands upon thousands of kilometers of pathways flanked by these monumental tombs of a variety of different types. And here you can see just two examples from Al-Hayt and Al-Khawait in the Hale region, but we also have lots more in Khaybar, Al-Ain, and beyond. Now, although the mustatil and the funerary avenues are widespread and often appear uniform across a massive landscape, this similarity can mask important local variations. And the results of our project suggest that in the northwest at least, what we think of in the Neolithic and Bronze Age as a single, maybe homogeneous culture with similar ritual and funerary beliefs, language, construction techniques, should actually be thought of more as a kind of cultural umbrella that is covering a mosaic of more distinct regional practices, especially in the Bronze Age. Exploring this is just one of the aims of our new project, the Heil Archaeology Identification Project. Now, this was started at the beginning of this year in 2025 as a collaboration between the Heritage Commission and the University of Sydney. It's directed by myself, Dr. Maria Guanine, who's in the audience here, Melissa Kennedy, who unfortunately can't be here today, along in collaboration with Dr. Faisal Al-Jabrin, who's in front of us down here. And the goal of this project is to identify all stone structures through remote sensing over an area of 100,000 square kilometres, but also to conduct representative aerial photography, representative ground survey, and targeted excavation of these structures in order to better understand what these structures are and when they date to. We're also training local students from Saudi Arabia, and this season we're very fortunate to have had students from the University of Heil and some lovely young women from Princess Noura bint Abdurrahman University. I will say that, like many of us in the audience today, we are fresh from field work. Our project finished a week ago, so the dirt is still fresh under the fingernails, and I do apologise if anything that I present over the course of the next 15 minutes or so is material that might be known to other people in this room, but we haven't quite stumbled across it yet. So I want to frame today under this idea of looking at these local or regional variations in stone structures. And to do that, I'll show you some of the statistics and how we went over the course of the last 6 months. Now, we've already identified over 190,000 archaeological structures over about 70% of the region. We have a double checking feature in terms of our remote sensing, and you can see we still have a little bit left to go in terms of our analysis of the remote sensing data. The field season we conducted over October to December was able to survey over 1,300 archaeological features, including about 500 rock art panels led by Maria Guanine. And that makes sense. There's a lot of rock art because we were near the World Heritage Site of Schwemus, but we also were able to ground survey over 800 stone structures present in the area. We were able to take part in targeted excavations of 13 different structures of a variety of different types, dates, and functions, including funerries, as you can see here, domestic structures, and several others which we don't know about. As I said before, helicopter photography is a large component of our work to get us a very large photographic data set of the material or the structures in this region. We utilize a helicopter by Shark Aerospace Industries on the top right there, who have conducted 11 flights. You can see the blue track log on the image on the bottom left here. And as you can see, it's slightly constrained by the fact that the helicopter has a limited range and Heil province is so big. So we've also brought on the Earth team, who many of you might know from their really spectacular Instagram channels with their ultralight helicopter, which allows us to take off on these tiny little player-dried lake beds in the middle of nowhere and then photograph the region. We're also, as most projects do, using drones and UAVs. Now, we've conducted over 18 aerial flights, taken 27,000 photos, and over 10,000 kilometres have been travelled. We have utilised all of our main helicopter flights, but over the course of the next 3 seasons, we'll be utilising the ultralight helicopter as we begin to move our ground survey around the rest of Heil province. So, what did we find? What have we uncovered? And what does it tell us about local or regional variability? Now, we'll start off in the Neolithic and look at domestic structures. And on the left-hand side here, you can see, unfortunately, a very disturbed domestic structure, very beaten up, unfortunately, that we were able to survey. But what we noticed very early on is that it does appear to have a lot of similarities with Neolithic domestic structures that are present in areas like Al-Ula and Khaybar in northwest Saudi. And you can see an example from Jay McMahon's paper over here on the right-hand side called a standing stone circle. It too was built of vertical slabs of stone, including a double ring. It also, the material culture present inside was very similar, a real prevalence of ground stones and also these barbed arrowheads that were found commonly in both the standing stone circles and, of course, our new domestic structures here. We also have an additional type of domestic structure which we identified a few years ago, and we've presented about very briefly, that we're calling modified mounds. These are rocky outcrops that they are building these masses of huge piles of shifting stones on top of them to create these large rectilinear domestic architecture, which is, as far as we can tell, the first rectilinear architecture present for this time period in this region. Now, this was a structure that was surveyed in 2023 with the Heritage Commission, and it dated to the end of the 5th millennium BCE. But we found not only walls present on the top of the structure, lots of things like cairns and grindstones, and we found flakes of cattle enamel indicating its Neolithic origin. And you might be able to see, if you look at the map on the top right-hand side there, its location. It's actually on this dry lake bed that is surrounded by, I believe it's 27 mustatil that were also the focus of our survey a few years ago. Now, this year, we were able to identify another one of these modified mounds, this time near Ashamli in Hail, where there is also the largest concentration of mustatil in at least southwest Hail. The structure had been previously surveyed by the Heritage Commission, who identified Islamic material on the area and suggested that it was later used an Islamic fort. And our survey of it this year has once again identified these rectangular domestic structures on the top, a prevalence of grinding stones or cairns, and also a few cattle enamel flakes, we believe. They're very flaky, so we're hoping to get those radiocarbon dated soon. But interestingly, this is almost 200 kilometers away from our example in Khaybar, indicating that this technique of building these modified mounds is continuing over quite some distance. Now, when we enter the Bronze Age, we find that this is where our local regional differences happen. And we stumbled across this beautiful little, I suppose, village, I suppose you'd call it, in this little nook in this rocky area. You can see a number of rectangular structures. The most obvious is the one on the top right-hand side of the screen there, made of these tall vertical stones, a really beautiful doorway. And we were able to conduct 2 test trenches in this structure. In the one in the center of the structure, in the collapse, we found a bronze pin, indicating that we are dealing with something obviously Bronze Age or later, but we also found quantities of pottery, animal bone, for example. And what was interesting is above the floor surface, we found a thick ash layer suggesting that it went through some form of destruction event. So we still are awaiting C14 dating to confirm that this is Bronze Age, but all signs point to yes at the moment. And what is interesting is that this is very different than what our French colleagues in the Khaybar Longue Durée project have found, once again, a few hundred kilometers far away. You can see that the Al Natar site here is a very different architecturally compared to our Bronze Age domestic structures that we have. Now, we also identified an additional type of structure which we believe potentially could be domestic, although test trenches inside of it didn't reveal anything datable at the moment, but there are several of these next to each other. The reason we wonder if this is Bronze Age and is domestic is because after we excavated and found nothing, just quite randomly, about a week later, someone posted photos on Twitter of what looks to be quite similar structures near Riyadh. Once again, our friend Ancient Saudi, if you want to follow him on Twitter, has given us authorization to share these photos. And you might notice in the very bottom image here that the 2 domestic structures, or what we think are domestic structures, are reusing the stone of an earlier ringed tomb, indicating that they're at least Bronze Age or beyond. Now, when we move back again, sorry, I am jumping around a little bit here to the Neolithic again and look at the funerary landscape, we see that again, it is relatively homogeneous, like we saw with the domestic. What you can see on the right-hand side here is a series of domestic structures that we just label can enclosures that are present across northwest Saudi. We found them all over the place. But in the very center of it was this oval structure made of multiple rings of vertical basalt stone. And as soon as we saw that, slightly deflated in a way, because I recognized how much work was about to come our way, but we realized that we had found a similar Neolithic collective burial of those that have been found in the region of Al-Ula and published in 2021. There are 4 of these that have been excavated now in previous years. And interestingly, all of them have been identified in Neolithic domestic sites, like standing stone circle sites, situated in the center or just off to the side of these sites. And this one is no different, just a slightly different form of Neolithic domestic structure. Excavation revealed 2 skeletons inside rather than the 10 or 13 that I had theorized we might get. Both adult males. The first one, SK001, has a height estimate of about 150 centimeters, which is about just 5 foot or a little bit below. So a relatively small individual. That being said, the muscle attachments on his bones were quite extraordinary, and he is clearly was clearly a very strong individual. He was placed almost directly on top of SK002 to the point that we believe that his burial disturbed the underlying remains of that person. But interestingly, between the 2 bodies, we found this small bifacial knife on tabular shirt with this very fine pressure flaking. Tabular shirt is not something that is commonly found in this area. We're not sure if there's a source nearby. And certainly, if you were further to the north, you might think that it was a Levantine import, at least in terms of the material itself. But I will let our lithicist argue that point in the future. Now, when we move to the Bronze Age, you look at this and you think, wow, this looks quite similar to every other funerary avenue that is present across the region in terms of Khaybar, Al-Ain, Al-Huwait, and so forth. And this one here is Al-Hayt. What was fascinating is that on the very first day we walked onto this avenue, within the first 100 meters, we had already identified 3 new tomb types just on this single avenue alone. As you might know, our team over the last several years has been trying to define the various types of tombs and categorize them on their shapes across the region of northwest Saudi Arabia. And what we've identified now within the Hile region is there is significantly much greater variations and new types we have not identified before, platform cans and so forth. Most interestingly is the one on the right-hand side, which these are all preliminary names, I should say, the offset ringed can, but you might notice the 2 horizontal ones have their central can or tower very close to the external ring wall where the tail connects. Now, originally when we identified these structures, we thought this was simply reuse of these tombs in later periods. But we kept finding the placement of this tomb again and again and again, and now we realize that we effectively have a brand new type. However, there are a number of structures we've identified which we have 0 clue what their function is. This one here is what we're calling an elongated triangle. It is very similar to tapered structures and other structures that have been found across Saudi Arabia. And we know that triangles are very commonly found across Saudi, from Al-Ula to Al-Fur. We find different variations of triangular shapes. These 2 here, survey revealed that there was no human remains or anything like that, no cyst that was going to be buried inside of this. This is, in a sense, a structure with no real way of dating it. But we could tell through relative chronology that these 2 examples here are both built over earlier pendant tombs. So we knew that they were at least Bronze Age. And as what happens on archaeological projects, I happened to be driving along a track one day. I blew a tire. In my grumpy state of having to change this tire, I recognized on the map that we had a site nearby that was a very low priority to go survey. So I sent my team off to go and survey that whilst I changed the tire by myself. Grumbling away, as I did this underneath a car, I get a call over the walkie-talkie saying, "Hugh, we've found something, you need to look at it." And what they had found is now an elongated triangle with a ringed tower tomb situated on top of it. That securely confirms that this type of structure dates to the second half of the 3rd millennium BCE, and we don't necessarily need to date it exactly. And we have found more evidence of other tombs being placed over the top of it, securing this chronology of this type of structure. We also identified this large canfield. Sorry, I realize I'm really running out of time. Situated near no domestic archaeology as far as we can tell. 158 cans on top of an exposed mountaintop made of a very unique style where they effectively made a box of stone out of it. Unfortunately, we found 0 remains inside of them, although we will be hoping to go back and excavate these in the future. And then there are these. Now, we have zero clue what this is, and if anyone in the audience does know, please let us know. We're calling them U-shaped structures now because they look like a big U, effectively. These structures we have been able to excavate, the one on the left, including the little structures inside and the wall itself, and found no datable material. But we can tell that these are early structures. You can see the example on the right-hand side. That thing peeking out in the top right corner is a Bronze Age pendant tomb situated on top. And these are often found in quite a closed area, only a few I'd say a few tens of square kilometres, but all very close to Neolithic Mustatil. There are a lot of other types of structures that we identified, some with functions that we know, such as the tomb on the top left there, and others which we have zero clue what they are. But what we see is that in the Neolithic period in this area, we are seeing a similarity or a cultural continuity between the various structures across the northwest. Similar types of material culture present in the domestic structures, a similar placement of the tombs. However, as we move into the Bronze Age, we see evidence of communities becoming increasingly sedentary. One explanation is that as these towns around the Bronze Age oases form, that they and the local hinterland population begin to express their local identities more strongly. And in this case, it's through distinctive building practices. And we're very fortunate that we are now part of a project that will let us test that theory by having 100,000 square kilometres to survey and plan. It sounds like a lot, but we'll be able to go through and identify the limits of these regional variabilities and see how they spread across the province of Hyle. With that, I'd just like to thank everyone who took part in this field season, the Heritage Mission, including the CEO, and all Dr. Faisal Al-Jabrin, who has been fantastic during this process, and of course all of the staff, students, volunteers and collaborators that came and made this project so successful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Hugh, and thanks for being spot on with your timing. Thanks also for being a little bit taller than previous speakers, which is making this somewhat easier. Do we have any questions for Hugh from the audience? Anyone want to jump in and raise a hand? I had a question, if you don't mind. You've talked about some of the excavations that you've been doing and the recovery of faunal remains, for example. I was wondering what you've been able to recover in terms of plant remains and those sorts of materials. Always challenging, I understand.
With this project at least, we haven't been able to do flotation yet. We have got samples from a number of the excavations to do flotation in the future, but our previous work has really limited the amount of seeds or anything else that we've found. We bring out these poor archaeobotanists every year and put them slaving away on the flotation tank and often come away with very little. We do have some results coming from at least the region of Al-Ula, which we're hoping to publish in the coming year or so. And we do have master's students working on things like hearth sites as well and charcoal. But at the moment, unfortunately, as I think a lot of us who work in Arabia find, botanical samples are very hard to come by. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, Hugh. Just wanted to see how your priorities in terms of air surveys between remote sensing, helicopters, drones, and so on. Has this changed the priorities? Which ones you are relying on more?
Not really. I think they all work seamlessly together. Remote sensing allows us to identify the stone structures present in the region. And as any of us who work in Arabia know, sometimes to get to some of these sites, you have to drive 2 or 3 hours. So by conducting this sort of representative aerial photography program, it allows us to photograph often hundreds of sites in a single day to try and determine exactly which ones are worthwhile going and visiting on the ground and spending that time of that season, because our seasons are so short, you know, there's always too much to do. So allowing us to do that, what that also then does is that once we begin to survey and excavate those structures, we can feed those results back into the remote sensing data and into the helicopter photography data to better inform us in future seasons about which structures are actually worthwhile going and visiting. So I think that the priorities are, the remote sensing is probably the most important. We need to identify all the structures in the area, but for us in terms of the other three components of our project, I think they all carry equal weight, so to speak. Hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I was actually curious if there was any sort of pattern between desert kites and mustatils spatially distributed throughout the landscape.
We, in terms of mustatil, the largest concentration of mustatil are found on the Harat Khaibar area, around that region, which is also, if you went to Remy Cressad's talk yesterday, in terms of kites found in sort of northwest Saudi, the Harat Khaibar has a significant, I think the most, am I right, in terms of that region of kites. So there is an association in terms, but we don't find any real association, we haven't necessarily yet found any association between a mustatil and a kite indicating that they were used at the same time. We do have a couple of indications of mustatil that have been reused by kites, and indeed in Heil, which we'll be surveying in our next season, the very first mustatil that was ever academically published in the 70s by Peter Parr was actually found inside a large star-shaped style kite. It would be nice to find a kite and a mustatil near each other and then excavate the mustatil and find gazelle horns. But so far, in terms of our research of mustatil, the almost overwhelming majority, other than the one presented by Laura Strolin yesterday, are filled with domesticated animal remains of cattle and sheep goat. And we're finding that across the board, and indeed this season in Heil, being able to go even further away than where our initial surveys were, we found that all of the material that we found on the surface, all the fauna, it's surprising you can walk on a 7,000-year-old structure and come across petrous bones. But I believe, and Larry hopefully just nod, all of those have then still been identified as either cattle or sheep goat from this season. So it's suggesting that we have a very big culture spread. The hope of our project is once we start heading up to the northeast of Heil, where we're really far away from the main dense concentrations, to see what the material culture is in those mustatil and see if we do have evidence of a really big mustatil tradition.
Thank you, Mr. Hill, and your teams. I ask you Arabic now and change the language. لقد شدني صورة
been attracted to a stone structure from a vein. A vein, it's the circle that has small holes. Some people say that these small holes may be associated with the sun or time. Some people, on the other hand, has this model been found elsewhere outside the Riyadh and Hail during the survey or not? Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, the one from Ryan is just wondering about the usage and if it is related to direction or the sun or something like that.
Not that we know of. We haven't been able to visit that site, and the only information we have are the photographs that I showed. I will hopefully find the location and provide it to you so you can go or send a team there, because I think it is a valuable site that should be surveyed.
I think we're out of time, so join me in thanking Hugh for his presentation today. Our final speaker in this morning's session is Dr. Jennifer Swerida, who's going to be talking to us about intermittent wetlands in Bronze Age Oman. Welcome to the stage, Dr. Swerida.
Thank you very much. All right, good morning, everyone, and thank you for sticking with me for this last talk before lunch. I'll try to keep things interesting. So today I'd like to talk about how Bronze Age communities in Southeast Arabia interacted with intermittent resources, focusing on a short-term wetland site, and what this might tell us about how past societies interacted with dynamic arid landscapes. Right, so I want to start by framing how we think about arid landscapes. So these are not simply defined by scarcity. Instead, resources appear, disappear, move, and concentrate across time and space. Understanding human-environment interaction in such settings means addressing how people navigated cycles of opportunity, not just cycles of scarcity. In anthropology, mobility, cultural knowledge, and landscape scale awareness are recognized as essential components for how people engage with environments characterized by intermittent abundance. Yet in archaeology, particularly in Southeast Arabia, these ideas have recently been overshadowed by a dominant framing of resilience against environmental hardship. This perspective tends to reify scarcity. It positions the environment as an obstacle and emphasizes strategies of endurance rather than strategies of engagement. As a result, archaeological studies have focused on the most predictable resources, in most cases oases, rather than the full spectrum of resources that structured life across arid landscapes. Oases occupy a central place in Southeast Arabian archaeology. They're key environmental and cultural nodes where groundwater, date palms, and human management produce stable conditions across cycles of relative scarcity and abundance elsewhere on the landscape. I have some thoughts about how we should or perhaps should not identify ancient oases, but those thoughts are for another presentation. Because oasis settlements preserve dense archaeological remains, such as evidence of early agriculture, craft production, and the construction of domestic and monumental architecture, they have become the primary lens through which we interpret Bronze Age lifeways. This has reinforced the assumption that resilience was anchored in oasis centers and that the landscape beyond them was a backdrop of hardship to be endured. Yet we also know that Bronze Age populations practiced varying forms of mobile lifeways. If mobility was a key part of the past lived experience, then human-environment interactions must have extended well beyond these oasis centers. By targeting human-non-human interactions in oases, we've isolated our research from evidence of cultural interaction in and with the wider landscape and its dramatic ebbs and flows in resource availability. Recent paleoenvironmental research helps to contextualize Bronze Age behavioral patterns. Everyone here is probably already familiar with this, but the more humid early Bronze Age conditions enabled an outward expansion of mobile Hafit period populations and the maturation of Umar period oasis agriculture, while indicators of increasing aridity in the Middle Bronze Age coincide with a reduction in settlement and the more mobile lifeways of the Wadi Souk period. The prevailing narrative of emerging social complexity in Southeast Arabia credits the concentrated social interactions that took place in oasis settlements as the driving force. However, a small but growing body of studies targeting human-environment interactions reaching beyond oasis settings finds that activities such as fuel collection and animal husbandry are motivated by a combination of cultural preference and strategic resource management rather than simple availability. The significance of culture in these preliminary findings suggests that considering human-non-human interactions across the wider landscape can substantially improve our understanding of Bronze Age society in Southeast Arabia. In the Oman Peninsula, Bronze Age oasis settlements are most often found within wadi valleys along the Hajar Piedmont. Wadis channel runoff from the mountains, carrying mineral-rich sediments downslope and recharging local groundwater, creating reliable water reserves that sustained oases. For example, you can see the Bat Oasis in the satellite image on the on the right. This is located within the meandering course of the Wadi al-Hijr, which flows downhill from the east to west. The wadi serves as a natural corridor of movement, and the surrounding landscape is rich in a variety of resources. These wadis are also defined by irregular flooding. At Bat, floods might occur once every 5 or more years, creating cycles of scarcity punctuated by sudden, transformative wet events. These episodes reshape the terrain in both brief and lingering ways. Rains bring short-term surface flooding, desert blooms, and mineral saturation, but also longer-lasting changes to groundwater levels, vegetation, wildlife behavior, and local topography. Navigating and exploiting such dynamic ecologies requires a detailed cultural knowledge of the landscape and its ebbs and flows. In the Bronze Age, oasis cultivation represents just one strategy of human-landscape interaction. The archaeological record tells us that communities also drew on wadi resources for grazing, cultivation, and hunting, gathering, and foraging, doubtless adjusting their practices to the shifting rhythms of these complex landscapes. On the site of Bat in northwestern Oman, where my fieldwork is based, the site has a long history of archaeological research, especially focusing on its early Bronze Age remains. The site has helped to shape expectations for what a Bronze Age oasis settlement looks like in the archaeological record. We have 8 towers, over 1,000 tombs, and multiple areas of residential settlements stretching across a 450-hectare landscape. It's also one of the only sites in the region with evidence for continuous occupation into the Wadi Souk period. So back in 2020, I and my colleagues in the Bat Archaeological Project began a program of research aimed at understanding how these Bronze Age communities interacted with the Bat landscape outside of the oasis. In expanding our gaze, we found ourselves considering a much more diverse landscape. Here again, you can see the Wadi al-Hijr carving its way through the limestone and ophiolite hills of the foothills of the Hajar Mountains. So while the Bat Oasis is visually prominent right in the center of this image, we were more interested in human interaction with the lesser known parts of the landscape. So today, I'm specifically going to focus on the small site of Rakat Madra, about 7.5 kilometers or a 2 to 3 hour walk to the southeast of the Bat Oasis. Rakat Madra is thus far a unique site type in the archaeology of Southeast Arabia, but hopefully this won't be true for long, and I'll get to why shortly. It's centered on a relatively small basin, about 6 hectares in size, and it's surrounded by hills on 3 sides. A collection of 17 Hafit-style tombs are found on the hilltops to the west. The floor of the basin is covered with an accumulation of silty clay, and just above the clay level, you can see the locations of 4 rectilinear structures, all dating to the Umar period. One quick note to make here is that the archaeological signatures at Ram are quite difficult to see despite their relative density. And now you're going to get another flat tire story. We discovered the site in 2017 when my colleague Eli Dollarhigh got a flat on the dirt road that cuts straight through the center of the site. And while he was busy cursing and changing the tire on his own, one of our team got bored, wandered off to take a walk, and came back a few minutes later saying, hey, there's a whole lot of pottery over here. So it's also important to note that this road is not an unimportant road in the region. It's the most direct route that connects Bat and the famous Alain tombs, meaning that generations of archaeologists have driven straight through the center of this site for a period of 45 years before any of us realized it was there. What makes Rakat Madra so unique is its position on the landscape. The basin is situated at the southern edge of the Wadi al-Hijr and is surrounded by limestone and sandstone hills on 3 sides. To the north, the basin is divided from the wadi by a berm of sediment that is naturally accumulated along the edge of the channel. The basin itself appears to have a solid bedrock floor with no access to the groundwater in the wadi channel. During major flooding events, water flowing in the Wadi Valley spills over the berm into the basin and is trapped there. This landform, described in Arabian geography as a kabra, thus has environmental cycles that differ significantly from the surrounding wadi landscape. When the basin is dry, it is very dry. The silty clay becomes incredibly hard, and even the hardy desert plants that you can see in this image really struggle to survive after several years without water. Following a flooding event, however, the site is transformed into an ephemeral pool. The clay-based sediment in the basin retains water for far longer than the gravel-based sediments in the Wadi Valley. Standing water from this winter storm back in 2019 lasted at surface level for a period of 10 days, and the sediment remains saturated for the remaining 3 weeks of our field season and presumably significantly longer thereafter. Ecologically, kabras can be classified as a type of intermittent wetland with low frequency and high variability in wet events. Plants and animal life in Cabras are well adapted to the dramatic and prolonged ebbs and flows in their ecological cycles, and Rakat Madra now gives us an opportunity to understand how Bronze Age humans interacted with these spaces as well. We have now excavated portions of all 4 rectilinear buildings at Rakat Madra, and I'm briefly going to speak about 2 that give us particularly interesting insights into Bronze Age activities at the site. I've presented on others previously. If you have any questions, I'm happy to talk about them after the talk. So Ram 2, to start at the southern end of the basin, is a fairly standard Umanar-style domestic structure with a suite of long, narrow rooms and a large enclosed courtyard. Excavations inside the room suite uncovered a circular clay oven flush with a cobble floor and a mound of chipped stone and dense ash accumulated behind it. Archaeobotanical and phytolith analysis of the oven fill provides some idea of the early Bronze Age background environment and subsistence practices at the site. Wheat and barley seeds were recovered alongside phytoliths from goat grass, cypressy, and date palm leaves, alongside carbonized goat dung that was used as fuel. And thank you to Abby Buffington if you're here for these identifications. Together, these evidence point to agropastoral activity in a marshy or wetland environment, regardless of whether the cereals were grown locally or brought to the site from the nearby oasis center at Bot. In addition to this oven, 2 further ovens were found last winter in what was supposed to be a geomorphological trench excavated by Alexander Prosperini just outside of the building. While final archaeobotanical analyses from this material is still forthcoming, preliminary field sorting identified yet more carbonized goat dung and probably more wheat seeds. These features were also a rich source of C14, with ovens from outside the Ram 2 wall firmly dating to the Middle Umanar period. These are on the bottom, and the ovens inside the building dating to the end of the Middle Umanar, beginning of the late Umanar, with the curve on the top. Moving on to Ram 3 at the western edge of the Rakat Madra Basin, we knew right away that there was something a bit different about this structure. The other buildings at Rakat Madra are all fairly similar to Ram 2 in size and in layout. Ram 3 follows a different plan and is built of significantly larger masonry. After 2 seasons at Ram 3, we've now excavated significant portions of the building and its immediate surroundings. This research gives us a detailed view of the building's use history and its position in the broader geoarchaeological context of the Rakat Madra Basin. Based on our work elsewhere at the site, the buildings consistently dated to the Middle Umanar, so we were expecting a similar profile for Ram 3. But as you can see, this building has a somewhat longer, more complicated use history. The clearest sequence comes from a sounding excavated in the building's open courtyard by Zoe van Litstenberg, who's in the audience today. Stratigraphy and dates here show activity beginning probably in the Hafit period. We see the foundation of the building in the Middle Umanar, particularly intense activity taking place in the late Umanar and continued use into the Wadi Suk period. So I'm going to move somewhat quickly through the next few slides showing examples of material from these phases in interest of time. The pre-Umanar contexts were minimal, limited to just a couple fire features, so we'll skip over those. In the Middle Umanar, we have a 2-room building and associated outdoor activity areas. The area around the fire pit to the east of the structure is particularly noteworthy due to a concentration of carbonized date palm wood and a small collection of shell beads, establishing pretty early on the unusual character of this space. The beads are more typical of funerary contexts than of domestic contexts, while the wood is a strong indication that palms were growing locally. During the late Umanar, we see a dramatic expansion of the building in at least 3 construction episodes. We see the addition of storage features to the southwestern room, including a shelf and a bin, as well as a crafting space in the courtyard. The small corridor formed by this wall, the wall shown on the slide, included several fire pits built into structural nooks. We have pieces of copper slag and a possible crucible from the space, and the long ditch feature to the south might have contained water or provided drainage for the feature. On the associated clay floor, we also have found a complete spherical carnelian bead and a piece of smaller piece of carnelian with some evidence of surface working. Overall, it's a fairly unusual assemblage. A geomorphological sounding excavated to the east of Ram 3 by Alexander Prosperini with help from Tara Boas and Weiler helps us to place this activity in environmental context. The profile shows that the basin filled in gradually since the early Paleolithic, with appreciable accumulation in the 3rd millennium BC, indicating episodic flooding. This is anchored by a C14 date from a Middle Umar fire feature that we just happened to catch in the profile. We also have complementary indications of intermittent wet and dry phases from surface flooding based on analysis from terrestrial snail shells from Ram 3, which Tara has spoken about yesterday and has recently been published in scientific reports. All of this analysis suggests that we can understand the Rakat Madra Kabra in the 3rd millennium BC as an intermittent wetland that was used by communities in the Hafit and especially Umanar periods. Here you see an illustration of how we think it might have looked by my co-director at BOTS, Dr. Celine Nugent. But the story of Ram 3 doesn't quite end there. We also have substantial evidence that the building continued in use in the following Wadi Souk period. There are some small architectural additions during this phase, particularly in the northwest room, but by far the most notable and time-consuming feature that we excavated were a series of very large pits in the building's courtyard. These pits contained little to no material culture, but held large densities of ash and large pieces of charcoal, of carbonized wood. So we're tentatively interpreting them as roasting pits, possibly for feasting activities with the collection of beakers from the courtyard, and possibly associated with the 2 small Wadi Souk tombs that we've identified in and next to the building. So with this brief summary of Rakat Madra, we can begin to consider the nature of the site and what role it might have played in the wider Bronze Age society and settlement of the settlement pattern in the Wadi al-Hijr. Archaeological and paleo-environmental evidence suggest that the site's Umanar residents practiced an agro-pastoral lifestyle, taking advantage of the site's marshy wetland phases. However, it's unlikely that the site was ever a permanent settlement. Being dependent on intermittent floodwater rather than persistent groundwater would have made the location particularly vulnerable to dry episodes. A more compelling interpretation sees Rakat Madra as one node in a multi-sided settlement system, visited and used when conditions were favorable by groups with intimate knowledge of the Kabra's wetland-dryland dynamics. Such a strategy aligns well with flexible agro-pastoral mobility, in which communities cycle among resource-rich locales as opportunities arise. The site's continued use in the late Umanar and Wadi Souk periods, despite a regional trend of increasing aridity, underscores its enduring cultural significance. Either local environmental conditions in the Wadi al-Hijr differ from broad climate trends, or the community's attachment to Rakat Madra as a meaningful cultural place in their landscape of memory, sustained engagement with the site even as environmental conditions declined. Here, it's notable that the most of the identified later activity took place in the very unusual Ram 3 structure. This interpretation also invites us to rethink the broader Bot landscape, where geospatial modeling reveals numerous locations with similar hydraulic and sedimentary potential to temporarily retain floodwater. These spots are unlikely to have supported year-round or consistent seasonal settlement, yet their intermittent productivity could have made them valuable components of a flexible agro-pastoral strategy. In such a system, cultural knowledge was critical, including when a particular Kabra depression would hold water, when agriculture, grazing, or foraging would have been viable, and when movement was necessary. With this constellation of opportunistic agro-pastoral nodes, the Bot oasis would have functioned as the landscape's most reliable anchor, a persistent settlement that structured mobility around it, even as groups cycled through more transient locales. Most of these ephemeral sites may have only faint archaeological signatures. Their architecture would have presumably been minimal, and deposits could have been disturbed by repeated flooding events. The fact that Rakat Madra was discovered more or less by chance underscores how easily such places can be overlooked. Taken together, these possibilities suggest that intermittent wetlands might have played a substantial role in Bronze Age culture, subsistence, and mobility patterns across the Bot region and possibly beyond. So to wrap things up, the roles that intermittent wetlands played in Bronze Age society were necessarily shaped by the particular resources, landforms, and ecological cycles of each landscape. In the case of Rakat Madra, we see how a small intermittently occupied site functioned as a meaningful place of gathering and production. While places like Rakat Madra are difficult to identify, I would argue that they and the human-non-human interactions that took place within them are an important missing piece in our understanding of Bronze Age society and social development in Southeast Arabia. Such sites push us to think beyond oasis-centric narratives and toward landscape structured by intermittent opportunity as much as by enduring stability. In a few weeks, I'll begin the next season of the Bot Archaeological Project with a focus on systematically surveying the wider landscape around the Bot Oasis, specifically targeting copper landforms and ephemeral archaeological signatures. The project will...
Thank you very much for your lecture. Do you see in the detailed stratigraphy inside the dwellings traces of seasonality? And if so, what does it look like?
Yeah. So this is one of the things that we are trying to work on, as we've heard several times today. Our botanical preservation has been less than ideal, which we've identified, or which we're hoping to use as our primary source of seasonality. But yeah. Sorry?
In the layers, your deposits, do you see abandonment, people coming back, or do you see traces of water? I don't know.
So you do see traces of like water lane deposits, but not as much in the Bronze Age interiors of the buildings. The basin, you can see an appreciable accumulation of sediment in the base of the basin. So whilst today the structures are right at the edge of the sediment infilling, in the Bronze Age it looks like that would have been quite a bit lower. So the idea is that the flood levels probably wouldn't have reached quite as high up to deposit the water in the structures during the Bronze Age. If that answers your question.
So they would not have been abandoned, or they did not need to be abandoned.
They didn't need to be abandoned. Our interpretation that this was most likely a temporary site has to do with the limited, or the lack of ability to, excuse me, I'm stumbling over my words, has to do with the incredible dryness of the site in dry periods without access to the underground water table. The basin becomes a pretty unpleasant place to be. But it is incredibly dry. They do not need to be abandoned, but we think it is likely that they were temporary or they were revisited regularly, but they were not continuously occupied. Again, we're still looking for confirmation on this.
Thank you.
Just as a comment, regarding the geomorphological, from a geomorphological point of view, it's really complicated to have seasonal record. I mean, yearly seasonal record is super complicated to catch in a continuous stratigraphic context. So inside an archaeological site, I think it's even more complicated.
Yeah, thank you, Tara. Yes, agreed. The stratigraphy.
Yeah, I mean, we can catch this maybe in ice core, but apart from that.
Thank you for your presentation. At Rakat Madra in the Oman period, which is, I guess, a more humid phase than nowadays, do you have any idea if it is intermittent occupation, of the periodicity? I mean, you see people coming back there every year, every 5 years. How does it happen? If you can actually scientifically find evidence for that.
So we don't quite yet have that degree of chronological clarity. So we can identify major occupational phases, but exactly how continuous or intermittent those occupations were is still, our data is just not quite that refined. I know that at RAM3 we can identify 4 distinct phases of activity in the Umar period, and this is stretching over a period of 300-400 years. So talking about seasonality or talking about every 5 years, every 10 years, we can't quite parse it that finely yet. But we're looking at trying to understand why would people be attracted to this site and how could sites like it have contributed into the larger settlement pattern and how people were engaging with the landscape outside of these traditional oasis settings.
Thank you. I can't see any more questions in the room, so if you could join me in thanking not just Dr. Swerida, but all of our presenters for this morning. We head into our lunch break now, but please come back after lunch for the continuation of this Bronze Age session in this room. Thank you, everyone. Dr. Kimberly Williams, who's going to be talking on mortuary remains from Dahwa in Oman. So please join me in welcoming Kimberly to the stage.
Hey everybody. Hello, can you hear me okay? I'm a little shorter than the microphone. Thank you. So I'm going to time myself here because I have a tendency to ramble on. So today, let's see, here we go. I'm going to talk to you about the Umar tomb and bone pit at Dahwa. And I'm going to try to experiment a little and talk to you about the mortuary ritual that I've observed here. So first, of course, acknowledgements. I like to do this first. There's a large number of people who have helped, funding organizations, et cetera. You can read this. I'll skip through it. I can go back at the end if you want to read in more detail. Next, I want to sort of contextualize the many, many Dahwa presentations that you will have seen or have seen in the past. So the Dahwa Mortuary Project exists separately from the Dahwa Settlement Project. And I collaborate with the gentlemen at SQU who work on the settlement, and a wide variety of other researchers who have skill sets that I do not have. So one of the benefits of age is understanding what you don't know. And so I have pulled in people who know more than me on a variety of things, most specifically material culture, which has seemed to focus mostly around the Indus goods that have been found in the tomb. And then that's led to carnelian bead analysis. It has led to lapis lazuli bead provenience analysis. It's led to lead isotope analysis of silver jewelry, which some of you may have seen in other presentations. And then maybe even more importantly, a skill set that I don't have is represented by Dr. Gwen Robbins-Shug, who's here in the audience. And she has been so invaluable, bringing in many students, dissertation projects, undergraduate projects, high schoolers working on projects, which is very exciting. And that has led to human isotope analysis, which is in its infancy now in this project, dental calculus work, which has revealed quite a lot about diet at Dahwa. Diet isn't something that's really easy for us to get to with human skeletal remains from the Bronze Age, so it's been absolutely outstanding to see what she's found from the dental calculus. We've moved on to DNA analysis, which is also in its infancy in our project, and that will be the topic of future presentations, inshallah. And then, of course, the Menta manulations. So I can talk about those later, but what I want to do for you now is introduce the Dahwa site, contextualize the tomb and the bone pit, talk about the excavation of the tomb and the bone pit, give you some evidence of the mortuary ritual, the ways that it's the same as many, many other Umar tombs across the peninsula, but also different in some substantial ways, and then help us understand the implications for Umar mortuary ritual on the Arabian Peninsula in the context of the similarities and the differences. And I want us to keep in mind a couple of questions that are kind of experimental here. We're not going to be relying on a huge amount of evidence, but it's leading toward a bigger analysis that you'll see in coming years from me. What more do we have to learn about Umar mortuary ritual? And then what kinds of excavations and analyses should be prioritized? So very quickly, the Dahwa 7 Tomb 1 that we're talking about here is on the Al-Batna coast. It's at the site of Dahwa, which you can see here is between, oops, wrong thing, which is between, there we go, Sohar and Saham. Here's a photograph of the site. You can see it's a rather flat surface here. It's at the opening of a wadi going through the Hajar Mountains. Here's another view of where you can see many of the Umar buildings. Also looking from in sort of a 3D version where the coast is. This is extremely close to the coast. There are no monumental towers at Dahua. There is a modern road that goes through the site, but there's no evidence that any monumental towers existed along that road. There were probably other buildings and potentially other tombs that were destroyed, but there's also not very good evidence of that, and we would hope to see more of the stone from those buildings had that been there earlier. Some of the important points are that there's about 62 buildings. A lot of those seem to be warehouse buildings. There were 2 Umar tombs, one at what is called DH1, and one at what we call DH5, right here, this white dot, and one at what we call DH1. My colleagues at SQU often present these as different sites, DH1, DH2, DH3, etc. My view is this is a site. This is the whole site. These are parts of the site, and that these tombs serve the site, the whole site. Again, here's another view of where Tomb 1 is in relation to DH1, which you've seen many presentations probably from my colleagues about. And DH7 is sort of to the left of where you see Tomb 1 here. So very quickly, some evidence from the site, the larger site. We see a lot of slag crushing mortars. We see buildings that are housing many Indus black slip jars that we're interpreting as warehouses. There seems to be a lot of evidence of copper processing at the site. There's copper processing across a wide range of time periods, including early Islamic copper processing. The tomb, and here's a photo of it sort of mid-excavation, and one of the only carved stone that we have from the tomb of what we're calling the Dahua man. You can see here that the tomb has some very large roof or floor stones, whichever way you want to look at it. Many people have asked me, I do not know if this was a 2-story tomb. I see no evidence of it. At other sites, we see some architectural evidence that potentially there was a second floor. We see no evidence of that here. It's not out of the range of possibility, but without more data, I'd prefer not to speculate further. Or just as I started excavation, I noted a large amount of cobblestones on top of the tomb. There was one tomb that was added to the top of it that did not intrude on any of the material inside the Umar structure itself. Not the topic of today's conversation, but I can give you more information about that. Some photographs as we progress. There were some lines of ashlar stones from the facade that have fallen over that we found in situ like this. Here's an overview of the tomb. As you can see, and let's see if I can get this to work a little better. We have 6 chambers. I have them. I'm not having success here, so I'll rely on my slides. 6 chambers and a corridor down the center. We assume that the entrance exit was along the corridor here, and the bone pit is off to the northern part of the site. It's about 3 meters from the tomb. Importantly, there's communication between all of the chambers with that corridor. So very quickly, 6 chambers, 1 corridor, 8.4 meters in diameter. Dry stone construction. There is mortar in one part of the tomb, and I will tell you about that shortly. There is no pavement, however, there is something that I'm calling a plaster floor in some parts of the tomb, which we'll get to in a moment also. Chambers are roughly 0.5 meter to 1 meter deep. We're on a slope of on a small hill, so I think that accounts for the variation. Internal ring wall, medium-sized natural stone, approximately 4 courses across the tomb, well selected, not worked. And then the internal division, of course, six courses. that internal wall here that you see on your far side is what I'm referring to there. It's taller. The corridor. So the corridor revealed some very interesting things. In this section here that's marked with the blue arrow, we see multiple plastering events. And I'm putting plastering in parentheses here, and I want to, I'm asking you to allow me to use the colloquial term plastering here. I'm actually not sure what the material is, and I'm a little hesitant to actually call it a plaster. I'd love to talk to someone about what plaster actually is versus a mortar that you might use to build the walls, and I'll explain that in a moment. There is evidence of primary burials in this one area where there's multiple plastering events, some sort of hard material that was laid down successively, I think 3 or 4 layers. And in that area, we see primary interments. In that area, we see Wadi Souk, or Umar Wadi Souk transitional softstone vessels. In this area, we see individuals' skulls that have not been broken, that are quite literally laying on Indus ivory hair combs. We see what seems to be the later use of the tomb and individuals that are 100% associated, all of their goods are associated with the Indus civilization. So these are not the best photos for this, and now they're very large for you to see that, but you can see, I think, that there's a large amount of material embedded in this plaster or other material. This was like concrete. It was extremely difficult to get anything out of it. There were preterm fetuses in this area. There were adults and a large number of whole ceramic vessels, whole chlorite vessels, Indus hair combs that were in very poor condition. We found about 5 or 6 of these total. They're all in this very, very poor condition. And then I want to move on quickly to the bone pit. So the bone pit, initially, I'll go back for a minute. Initially, the area between the bone pit and the tomb was filled with bone, some ceramics, and I wasn't really sure where this started. So pretty quickly, I was able to clear the area between where you see the bone pit defined here and the tomb and sort of define that area as an area of erosion. We're on a slight hill, and I believe the first few, at least centimeters of the bone pit eroded off and partially into the tomb and off the sides of the hill. I should have warned you that there are some human remains that you will see. The bone pit is very typical for what you see from this period. Lots of fragmented remains, fragmented and whole softstone and ceramic vessels. Brings into question if whole vessels were actually interred as part of the movement of the fragmented remains from the tomb into the bone pit at one point. And so here you can just sort of see the condition and the commingling. We excavated the bone pit and the tomb very carefully. It was very controlled. In order to define the edge of it, we found the edges and we did a cross section on both sides. You can see, of course, a jumbled mess of material from the pit. I identified at least 5 deposits. It's very difficult to see when you're excavating down, so this was a useful practice to do a cross section and then to move on and excavate the tomb by 5 centimeter loci across the entire bone pit. So this took quite some time, but we were able to isolate burning events, deposit events, and any variation in skeletal elements or material culture. And that, I won't be getting into all of that today, but that's forthcoming. One thing I'd like to point out is that the bone pit has the appearance of being 2 bone pits that at some point were combined into one. there's at least 2 centers of significant burning. I want to emphasize here it's not cremation, but rather what look like symbolic burning events, high fire, but limited in size and scope. It's not clear if certain elements were more or less burned, and I say that because there's some evidence that other Umar bone pits and tombs segregated bone elements, and I don't see evidence of that in this bone pit. There is some evidence of potentially some sort of organic material that may have collected, that the bone and material culture fragments may have been collected in some sort of a bag or tarp that then eroded and degraded in the pit. And again, that there is evidence of fire used on a small scale, not funeral pyres, not meant to destroy, definitely not to decrease bone volume. So how are these tombs, how is this tomb used, and how were Umar tombs used in general? So the first question, was there a pattern to the placement of the interments? So I'm working with the hypothesis here that people use these larger Umar tombs with the multiple chambers to process the remains through some sort of a ritual that moved the remains through the different chambers. I have support for this that I'm not presenting today in the form of ceramic refits, soft stone refits, and other aspects of material culture that seem to be in some chambers, in some, that reflect a process of movement into the different chambers. But it's preliminary at this point and too early to say what direction, which chambers were chosen. Was it all the chambers? Was it some of them, etc.? Next, was there a pattern for the movement of bones throughout the tombs? So I'm working with the idea that that's happening, and the hypothesis here is that the bones were fragmented purposefully as they were moved on a schedule tied to a ritual. And this fits ethnographically with what we know about more recent communities moving human remains, breaking the body in an effort to do something like release the soul of the individual as they can decompose by breaking the body, moving it through different chambers that represent different stages of the process where they're incorporated into the big A ancestor, and then finally deposited into a location that destroys their identity, individual identity further, and places them in an invisible location where they're no longer part of the process. So was there a pattern of use next for the bone pit? Is this the final deposit of the individuals as they've moved through this process, as they've been incorporated into the larger ancestor for the population living there? So the hypothesis here is that the movement to the bone pit was one of the final steps of the ritual. And then finally, when was fire used in the Umar ritual and in the Umar mortuary ritual? And the hypothesis being that the use of fire differed across communities, as we know from other Umar tomb evidence, but that in many cases it was the final step of the mortuary ritual. So how can we test these? So to give you some very preliminary information about this, if you just look at the distribution of bone fragments, we have approximately 180,000 bone fragments. So I caution and I hesitate to even bring that up because bone fragments can be many different sizes and mean very different things based on the sizes. There's not an efficient way to measure this and to give a percentage of the size. But I can tell you that they're relatively uniformly broken. It doesn't appear, as it does in other Umar tombs, that there's preferential placement of certain elements in different parts of the tomb. There doesn't seem to be any organization. It seems simply that bones were broken and moved through the tomb. The vast majority of the fragments were in the bone pit, which would fit probably with the idea that that would be the final resting place of the individuals that go through the tomb. And here, just briefly, the corridor sees a lot of fragments, and I'll show you a photo of that again in a minute and explain why. If you take a look at this, you can see maybe a different visual of where you see the fragments of the bone. The number of burned bone fragments. So one of the questions in the study of Umar tombs is where bones were burned. If you have a two-story Umar tomb, do you see the burning on the top story? Do you see the burning on the lower story and then the movement to the top story or vice versa? Do you see funeral pyres? We have evidence of that at some sites. Do we just see burning in the bone pit? So I can tell you from excavating the entire tomb that I get the distinct impression that there was no burning inside this tomb. There's no evidence of burning from the stone walls, from any of the material culture, and from the human remains. Instead, I really think that the burning was confined entirely to the bone pit, that erosion downhill moved some of those fragments into the space between the bone pit and the tomb, and that over time water pushed in some burned bone into the tomb as well. So if you look at this from an overhead perspective, you see the bone pit, about 12.1% of the 12.1% of the fragments were burned. This moved to 7.9% in between as things were moving literally downhill. And there was less in chambers A, B, and C, D, E, and F, and more in the corridor. So just a photo that tries to show you the sloping aspect of where this tomb and bone pit were located. There's a lot of erosion down both sides of the hill, which complicated it quite a lot. So very quickly, a minimum number of individuals. I'm still working on this. We're going to Oman next week. We're going to do more work on this. I can tell you now there were at least 351 Petrus portions. If you imagine that if at the minimum 50% were right or left, that's a MNI of 175, to be continued. I want to also show you another area of inquiry that I'm working on. This will not be terribly satisfying, but it gives you some idea of the C14 dating that we've done at the tomb. I'm trying to understand if I can rely on the stratigraphy of the tomb to understand the placement of the individuals in the chambers. Of course, there's a lot of commingling, and that's complicated quite a lot of it. But I had this idea that since there were a large number of bones, especially from the bone pit, or exclusively from the bone pit actually, where you might have a long bone, where part of the long bone was part of the burning event, but the other part of the long bone was not burned. Now, I recognize that steam and other heat elements would affect the non-burned portion of the bone, but I wanted to test if doing a date of the burned portion of the bone and then a date on the unburned portion of the same bone might give us, for example, a date of the burning event for the burned side and a date of the interment event for the unburned side. So I was able to do this with one sample as a collaboration with the University of Georgia, and that is these final two dates here at the bottom. So you can see that they're different, right? There's a little overlap, but they're a little bit different. Our conclusion is it's obviously not enough data to test this. So we'll be repeating this over and over again. I don't know if that will be fruitful, but it will certainly give us more C14 dates as we move on. Oh, I will back up here that the tomb seems to have been used for roughly 400 years. Again, I think that more C14 dating is required before we go any further with that. So summary, the architectural and general use of this tomb and bone pit match other documented Umar period mortuary contexts. Material cultural assemblage is a mix of what we'd expect and what we would not expect. We get domestic and international ceramic and soft stone vessels. We get an unusually small number of beads. This is one of the biggest places it deviates. We have 25 beads total in the entire tomb. There's a small number of bronze objects, some very unusual silver objects that I can elaborate further on if you're curious, a large number of Indus hair combs, and a significant number of Indus ceramics, individual ceramics with inscriptions. The burned bone appears to be largely confined to the bone pit, and the few fragments in the tomb are likely intrusive and from erosion of the upper levels of the bone pit, or tomb 1 was a 2-story tomb and some burning happened in the 2nd story. Chamber C, this is one of the more interesting finds. Chamber C, which is this one right here, I hope you can see that, was closed at some point. And so I have some samples that that are pending to understand the date of the closure of this chamber. This is right next to where there's repeated what I'm calling plastering events that seem to have formed the basis for a step. There was a flat slab against the edge of the tomb. It appeared to be that at some point with the latter use of the tomb, we're talking 2008 it seemed to have been a step to get into the tomb. I will say also very quickly that this corresponds with the results of my colleague Gwen Robin-Shug, who found leprosy in the individuals from this tomb. They're all from Chamber C, from just outside Chamber C, and from the bone pit. And I will just say thank you. If you have questions, I'd love to talk to you. I probably talk too much, so we can do it after.
Please stay at the lectern, Camilla. I guess we've got time for a quick question, if there is one in the audience. Anyone like to raise their hand? No. Okay. If that's the case, we can move on. Okay, our next speaker in the session is Dr. Christina Pfeiffer, who's going to be talking to us about her bioarchaeological analyses of material from Dibba 76 in Fujairah. So welcome to the stage, Dr. Pfeiffer.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming to our talk. Just a quick note in advance, I will show skeletal remains and dead bodies. Thanks to the organizers to give us the opportunity to speak today. We have just jumped in from our excavation at Dibba 76 in Fujairah, which we closed 2 days ago. And in our abstract, we promised you to provide first bunches of isotope data and proper dating data, which unfortunately will not happen today, since we underlie administrative issues of our institutions in Germany, which is not a surprise. The isotope data is in progress though, but results unfortunately are not yet abundant. I would like to apologize for that in advance. Therefore, today I would like to address some general assumptions underlying our bioarchaeological research and discuss several ideas concerning the pragmatics of burial practices. Using our excavations as a case study, I will begin with a brief overview of the Dibba 76 site. It lies within a residential district of the modern town of Dibba in the north of the Emirate of Fujairah and was partially excavated for the first time in 1994 by the local antiquities authorities. In 2017 and 2019, further field seasons were carried out at the site as a Fujairah German corporation. Since May this year, we have funding, and now we can continue our work for the next 3 years, which makes us really happy. The site consists of 2 long chamber tomb structures that run roughly parallel to one another and are preserved in very different conditions. You see tomb 1 on the lower part of the slide, which I will not talk about it today, but I will focus on tomb 2, which is the northern part, which forms the focus of our current research. It was used over a long period of time, from the late Bronze Age, perhaps even the late Wadi Suk period, through Iron Ages, into a late phase of reuse in pre-Islamic times in the 1st, 2nd century Common Era. Tomb 2 contains very large quantities of commingled human remains in different configurations, including scattered, concentrated, and densely packed deposits, as well as accumulations in circular pits,
and other contexts. The analyzed skeletal remains represent all age classes and both sexes. They range from newborn to infants to adult individuals, from robust to gracile body sizes. They are generally quite healthy, with healed fractures and not too dramatic pathologies, but an immense antemortem tooth loss. Working with commingled bones is tough. It is complicated, time-consuming, and methodologically extremely challenging. But a closer look reveals so many detailed insights into the when, how, and where of burial practices that we hope, based on our excavation, to finally generate substantial and reliable data sets. We are talking about several hundred data sets from stable isotope analysis and hopefully aDNA from a site that, to the best of current knowledge, was in use for at least 1,000 years. The tomb features a spatial division into compartments of varying sizes, marked by stone arrangements, and to date there are over 10 room-like subdivisions from different usage phases. These spatial units show groupings of diverse bone compositions, but we are still analyzing them, so work is in progress. The thickness of the commingled bones packages and the sediments containing recorded bones currently ranges from 30 to 60 centimeters, across a width of 2 meters and 30 and a total installation's length of 20 meters. It's a nearly impenetrable tangle of reuse events, structural modifications, varying practices, bone accumulations, narrow pathways, insertions, alterations, and so on and so on. While our isotopes are still in lab, let us think about what we can say from our bioarchaeological investigations. Which taphonomic processes can we trace and what can we learn from taphonomic processes? What are the pragmatic aspects, concepts, and practices? What is the motivation of communities to reuse existing tombs up to 1,000 years instead of building their own places of remembrance, mourning, grief, and identity? What does this say about death and dead group members, individual and group identities, and corresponding symbolism of those areas? Talking about pragmatism, we must firstly clarify the perspective from which we approach the phenomenon of death. In contemporary modernity, within our broader cultural sphere, speaking as a European researcher, dying is a topic which enjoys a rather poor reputation. It's out. We inhabit a world focused on youth, on remaining young for as long as possible at any cost, if necessary through surgical or pharmaceutical means. Death within the family circle due to age-related decline or illness appears almost obsolete. Practices such as sitting with the dead, dying in nursing homes, or death in the context of childbirth have become largely detached from everyday life. These developments shape our relationship with death. On the one hand, it continues to be framed by established social and religious rituals. On the other, it is increasingly embedded in a culture of deliberate avoidance. The mundane, material dimension of dying is kept largely out of sight in our cultural modern context. A dead body often appears uncanny, cold, inanimate, even repellent, and it confronts us directly with our own finitude and with physical decay. For approaches to death in prehistory, within the disciplines of archaeology and ancient studies, this has important implications. Given the heterogeneity and fragmentary nature of the source material, it is crucial to reflect repeatedly on the perspective adopted by scholars. From which vantage point do we view prehistoric burial practices, and what is our ethic approach when it comes to, example given, the disturbance of a dry mummified body part? And is there a tendency in interpreting the archaeological record to overemphasize ritual dimensions, except in those cases where ritual behavior can be demonstrated unambiguously? Speaking of over-ritualization, the phenomenon of commingled remains stands as a direct counterpoint. Pragmatism within the funerary context could hardly be more evident. The repeated rearrangement of bone deposits, pushed aside, stacked upon one another, long bones separated from skulls, and so forth, primarily stems from pragmatic decisions, albeit often intertwined with traditional practices. In the case of Dibba 76, this is a very likely largely explained as an outcome of spatial management, creating room within the boreal context. This pragmatic approach clearly challenges any interpretation that might default to assuming purely ritual motivations for such manipulations. But we also found other features which I will present in a minute. Pragmatic aspects stand in contrast to ritual aspects, but are nonetheless part of them. Every ritual contains something special, often emotional or celebratory, and within this framework, a profane action or the presence of a profane act can be perceived as disillusioning or inappropriate. Even in scholarly analysis, these profane elements deserve to be acknowledged. Pragmatism and functionalism are central when it comes to the planning, technical, physical, and biological factors surrounding death and burial. For example, the construction of the tomb and its cover, managing odors and decomposition of the deceased, the physical act of relocating bones, and the experience of grief are all relevant. Constructing a tomb requires labor and a concept of location, potentially leading to disputes, with challenges such as hard soil layers, unstable weather, seasonal flooding events requiring repeated work. The depth of the tomb must be planned. How many individuals is it meant to accommodate? How long should it be in use? And what is the catchment area? For semi-subterranean structures, stairways or windows must allow at least 2 people to carry a body inside. Materials such as stones must be sourced, shaped, and assembled. The structure must be stabilized. Possible roofing must be designed and built. In the case of Dibba 76, excavating the tomb 2 required removing at least 80 cubic meters, which resembles approximately 122 tons of soil. Since we have no evidence of elites or hierarchies from those communities buried or burying, we assume that these works were results of collective achievements. This collective effort was undertaken alongside everyday community sustenance, involving many social, political, and probably hygienic decisions besides the available manpower. Might these be reasons for the reuse of existing tombs? And this not here and there, but very intense over hundreds of years. Cultural identity might be cited, but this is difficult to reconcile with usage extending over more than 1,000 years. How then did these groups perceive death and being dead? Many tomb structures in the region show evidences of coverings, but the final uppermost stones are often missing. So in many cases, large stone slabs are common, but often missing, and evidence of seals or closures is frequently unclear. Although a covering is merely a structural element, it ultimately influences the composition processes of a corpse, which is important regarding primary and secondary placements. In Dibba 76, Tomb 2, no evidence of a complete covering has yet been found. The upper sediment layers show a noticeably high density, are tightly fused with the commingled bones, and might possibly indicate a covering made of clay with organic matter, though this has not been confirmed. Thus, the level of oxygen supply inside the tomb remains unclear, an aspect that plays a significant role in the skeletonization process. Our findings indicate that there must have been periods with covering as well as times when the structure or parts of it were open, likely following phases when the structure was not in immediate use. Evidence for this includes aeolian sediments and water effects, which are only detected in certain parts of the structure. The visibility situation, though, is not very entirely clear to us at the actual moment of time. Walls that were clearly no longer visible when used as burial places for infants. There is no clear evidence of buried individuals outside the structure. All evidence of multi-phase usage is located on, in, and within the enclosing walls. Ultimately, the handling of the deceased individual seems pretty rough and tumble, despite all respect for tradition. This absolutely raises the question of individual identity. Does the significance of the place or the burial site outweigh that of the group members buried here? The commingled remains near the entrance area of the tomb may have indicated that it was very dark inside the structure, or that, because the structure had been left open, it was so heavily covered by Aeolian sediments that the bones were not seen, a scenario that currently rather seems unlikely to us. Small walls were built on top of bone layers, on top of skulls, directly on commingled bones that were then later pushed against the wall in order to make space directly next to it, aiming at constructing a new area with another commingled area, so it's really a mix, which among other things contained single inhumations and articulated body parts. Let us quickly return to decomposition, a thoroughly profane process affecting a diseased organism. Decomposition is profoundly shaped by sensory perceptions, with sight and smell playing particularly prominent roles during reburial. Even touching may also play a role. Knowledge of how climate and environment influence decomposition rates is relevant, not only for modern forensic analysis, but also for funerary archaeology, enabling better correlation between depositional practices, primary, secondary, and even tertiary, and biological processes. Not all taphonomic variables exert equal influence on the speed with which a body progresses through decomposition stages. Sledick, Mann, Bass, and Meadows identify the three principal factors as temperature, insect access, and burial depth. In the late Bronze and early Iron Age United UAE, an arid climate prevailed with coastal soils with saline and high amounts of lime. Pollen and climate diagrams confirm hot, dry conditions. Under these soil and climate conditions, skeletonization could occur within 6 to 8 weeks with oxygen access, or up to 5 months or longer without oxygen. This would allow straightforward, clean reburial of bones. Underground, as in our findings at minimum 80 centimeters of depth, possibly under additional soil without oxygen, in saline, limey earth, decomposition may have lasted months, though further studies are needed, and also dry mummification cannot be ruled out. Our case study in Dibba offers us a wide range of practices. The findings from Dibba do not yet clearly indicate when reburials of individuals took place, what time intervals were observed, whether there were intergenerational regulations or other societal norms. However, the frequent finds of toe and finger bones suggest that reburials of primary burials happened right on site. Deposited individuals within the structure were cleared and reburied at some unknown point of time. From anthropological comparative studies, we know that in secondary burial contexts, it's the finger and foot bones that get lost. Our findings clearly differ from that. What we found were frequently bodies in partial articulation, which could be evidence of a dry mummification. We repeatedly encountered such evidence, and not just in a specific area of the structure, but throughout every part of it. This is made very clear by the type of articulation and the position of the bones relative to each other, which rules out the presence of soft tissue or flesh. Dry mummification might explain the relocation of body parts still bound by tendons. Evidence exists for manipulation during a decomposition stage with intact tendons. Examples for this are articulated legs with feet, parts of the spine, arms with hands, pelvis bones with femurae. We ask ourselves, why didn't they wait? Why were they moving the halfly decomposed bodies around? And here pragmatism seems to have an extraordinary function as well. We can use a dry mummified cat, which met its sad end, our tarpaulin, and was found by us when we reopened the trench 6 weeks ago, as an example. The terminus postcrem for the deceased cat is spring 2019. Within a time frame of maximum 6 years, the cat became fully dry mummified while retaining complete articulation with skin, fur, ears, and tail fully preserved. Besides a very clear finding of the rearrangement of bones to make space for smaller burial installations right in the middle, or the primary deposition of a newborn individual in a small gap between two stones. May also have evidence of areas dedicated to infant burials, both in and on the original masonry. These areas are subdivided into smaller compartments by constructing small chambers along the southern boundary main wall of the tomb complex. And then there is area 2, where we have identified at least 6 phases of use and occupation. The top 2 phases were excavated before our involvement in the 90s. What looked like chaos turned out to have a pattern. Through our work, we have been able to identify patterns in deposition behavior that not only give us fascinating insights into these practices, but also allow us to make statements about occupation periods based on the bone finds. Our work revealed 3 primary depositions of individuals laid directly and immediately on a thick layer of secondary burials without any aeolian sediments. These, in turn, do not show chaos, but distinct patterns. Rows of skulls spaced about 50 centimeters apart, with long bones and other bones placed in between. So we are dealing with a kind of ossuary. Immediately afterwards, the primary individuals were deposited on top, who could only have entered the area from above. Otherwise, people would have stepped on the bones to walk in. In the southwestern part, behind the secondary features, a skull accumulation appeared, in which, apart from foot bones, no other bones were found. Several layers of carefully placed skulls, all without mandibles or facial bones, lying on their cranial vault. Densely packed, we have recovered the first of over 25 visible skulls, and the connection between the skull accumulation and the rows of skulls is currently unclear, but since we have at least 6 phases of usage and modifications within the tomb, we expect several surprises in the next years. Grave goods that can typologically and stylistically assign generally suggest a timely reburial. This makes social sense if the deceased is viewed as part of the community. The full skeletonization of the deceased person depends on numerous factors and can thus span widely varying time frames. Reburial practices after complete skeletonization, aimed at tidying the burial chamber most probably, could have occurred within a social time frame of the community, possibly around 1 generation, 30 years, but also much later, as stratigraphic evidence may not yet show, or within a traditional period in which burial rites and practices were observed. The mourners sought out the remains, endured unpleasant odors and perhaps even gruesome sights, if circumstances were not as expected. Reburying bones could have been a noisy act requiring caution about where to step, depending on how rearranged the bones were. Some could have fallen or been displaced, or grave goods might have needed to be gathered and reburied as well. Furthermore, it is currently assumed that the burial structure was dark and cramped during periods when it was covered. However, in Tomb 2, it's by no means a case of reusing existing structures while keeping the original architecture intact. We have clear evidence of recycling an existing structure with functional and spatial modifications as well as structural alterations by always keeping the original layout. We have the evidence for different burial practices within the overall structure, showing several phases with quite a rough art of handling the bones. We have the dimensions of the complex that were known at every point of time during its periods of use. There are no burials slightly outside or half a meter outside. They were all using the original layout. Long-term continuation of the concept of collective burial suggests us a matter-of-fact attitude towards dying and death. It seems now, at the moment, that we might apparently have segmentary community hierarchies, and we were not shown special pronounced ritual traditions. It's more or less a functional reason instead, creating space. In the end, we still need much time endeavor to fully understand the complete stratigraphic sequence, spatial configuration, structural changes, and provide you finally with isotope data. I know this is missing, and the dating is missing too for now. Let's hope for next year. And still, it offers a unique opportunity in the Southeast Arabian context to reconstruct individual and group-related bioarchaeological biographies of the communities living in this area since the 2nd millennium BC. That's it. More thoughts next time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pfeiffer. Do we have questions in the room in relation to this excellent presentation? Looking for some raised hands out there. Okay. Looks like we're going to move on to the next presentation. I'll just hand the microphone over here as the next presenter is me, and I'll take over the podium from there. Okay, in my 75-minute presentation this afternoon, I'm going to talk about the site of Schimmel. Dr. Pfeiffer has agreed to keep a monitor on me for my time, so hopefully I won't go over my 25 minutes. It's my real pleasure today to be able to talk about the excavations that we've been undertaking for the last few years at the site of Schimmel in Ras Al Khaimah. Here we are. We've been working there for several years with quite a substantial team of people undertaking multidisciplinary analyses at this site, which broadly dates to the 2nd millennium BC, most of the phases of the 2nd millennium BC. In addition to our multidisciplinary team, we've also had a variety of students from different institutions come to work with us as well. And collectively, we've been trying very hard to understand what is a very complex, and in some ways enigmatic, archaeological site. I'm going to start briefly with a little bit of an introduction to the period. Chronologically, we're dealing with the Middle and Late Bronze Ages and the very beginning of the Early Iron Age in this region. For those who aren't familiar with the cultural terminology, that covers the Wadi Suk period, Late Bronze, and Iron I periods in the conventional chronology that is ripe for challenge in some ways. This is a period that has been described by Clouseau and Tozy in their book on the region as one of collapse and transformation. And it's traditionally regarded as one of major cultural changes in material culture across the region from the preceding Umar period. A period that's mapped by a decline in settlement, in the scale of settlement, in the size of settlements, in the number of settlements that we know in the 2nd millennium BC. And a period in which we see a contraction of the settlement, previously spanning most of the Oman Peninsula, sedentary settlements seeming to contract towards the north across the 2nd millennium BC. And we're also seeing, through a lot of interesting recent work, quite a diversity of settlement types that now seem to characterise human adaptations across the 2nd millennium BC in the Oman Peninsula. So in some ways it's been regarded as a difficult period, even as a dark age in the archaeological record of southeastern Arabia, but those ideas are under challenge from a number of different research projects. And our research, I think, contributes to this ongoing work. So despite feeling sometimes lonely working in a dark age, it made me realise as I was reading through the research related to this topic that dark ages attract a lot of interest. And as we pursue our studies of Schimmel and try and understand the site, we feel that we're accompanied by the very many people who've explored this period before and approached it in many different ways using many different sorts of evidence. There's a very long legacy of research on this period which informs what we're doing moving forward, even though we're challenging some of the ideas that were generated during this pioneering work, sometimes 30, 40, 50 or more years ago. Okay. Despite being a period of collapse and transformation, recent research has suggested that that pattern of change is not necessarily uniform across the entirety of southeastern Arabia. Recently, Derek Kennett and Christian Felder and Michel de Fraser and others have developed a model around the continuity of occupation, particularly in the northern Emirates and in the area of northern Ras Al Khaimah, in the area in and around Schimmel and the coast of northern Ras Al Khaimah. And they build that model around historical sources on the location of date palm settlements in the date palm gardens of Ras Al Khaimah, but also on the distribution of 2nd millennium BC cemeteries across this region. They feel that this continuity of occupation depended on a couple of different factors. on hydrological buffering, on the greater availability of water in this region, which allowed communities to ride out what was presumed to be a period of quite dramatic climate deterioration. And so the availability of groundwater resources and high rainfall in this region is thought to have supported continuity in populations in this particular part of southeastern Arabia, the hydrological buffering analysis. In addition to that, another factor that was meant to have collapsed at this time is international exchange relations, but increasingly research is demonstrating that during the Wadi Souk period at least, those exchange relations were maintained with certain areas, and Derek, Kennett and colleagues have described this or captured this continuing contact using the phrase the Dilmun facing coast and emphasising the importance of ongoing exchange connections between southeastern Arabia and Bahrain as underpinning the continuity of settlement in the Northern Emirates as well. The real question for me, and a question that becomes foremost when we start working at the site of Shimel, is not what happens at the beginning of the second millennium, but what happens from the middle of the second millennium, not in the Wadi Souk period, but at its end as we transition from the Wadi Souk into the late Bronze Age. It appears that change here is even more dramatic. And we can see this when we look at the distribution of settlement, or sedentary settlement at least, for the late Bronze Age. And here we have an image taken from Sabrina Righetti's PhD, which shows late Bronze Age sedentary settlement in the region, heavily concentrated in the north, as opposed to the much broader distribution that characterised the preceding period, the Umar, and indeed later periods in the Iron Age as well. Now these ideas are open for debate, given new evidence that's been generated by projects across the region. But initially at least, it suggests a very stark difference from what's happening in earlier periods. Shimel is one of these settlements and one of our opportunities to explore change in the second millennium. So this is the concentration I'm talking about. And indeed, this period has been characterised as one which is difficult to study archaeologically by Peter McGee as partly reflecting the fact that occupation at this time may have become more extensified and that we're looking at adaptations that include mobility as a major component of human adaptation. These are ideas, of course, that go right back to Serge Clouseau's initial work on the Wadi Souk period, beginning in the late 1970s and the 1980s. So mobility is making it difficult to track the nature of human settlement across the second millennium BC, although we have continuity of sedentary settlement in the north according to this model. And Shimel allows us to explore that model. Here's a map showing the location of Shimel, if you're not aware of where it is, and also the geography and landscape in which the archaeological site is set against the mountains of the Musandam Peninsula. We've been working at the site with a multidisciplinary team over the course of the last 3 seasons, trying to understand it from a variety of different perspectives and using as many different material indices as are possible: artifact studies, zooarchaeological studies and archaeobotanical studies, studies of mobility, dating studies, climate and environmental studies. You may have heard about some of these already in presentations that have been given at the seminar in the last few days. Together, what we're hoping to do by integrating these analyses with our fieldwork is to create a more holistic picture of what's happening with human adaptation at Shimel, especially during the course of the Late Bronze and Iron I periods. As I mentioned previously, we have had talks from Susanna Lindauer and Leslie Gregorica, which are talking about aspects of the material from our site, and I commend those talks to you. In terms of the fieldwork that we've been doing at the site, we've been working there for 3 years now and have excavated 8 or 9 trenches in that period, usually small soundings, and these soundings have been located for a few specific reasons. Mostly we're trying to search for archives from different periods, trying to find Middle Bronze Age or Wadi Souk period, Late Bronze Age, Iron Age deposits within what is a pretty substantial and sizable archaeological landscape. Trying to develop chronological schema for those remains and fit them into the developmental sequence for the site. And in the most recent season, we've also been targeting various GPR anomalies that were identified in work that was done at the site in the last year or so. Many of our trenches are oriented around this very large perimeter wall that seems to have circled the site during prehistory, and which was identified in the original German excavations at the site in the 1980s and dated to the early Iron Age. There's also another wall further to the north, several hundred metres, which has been the target of some of our excavations to try and build it into the site sequence. In the last year, in the last season, just finishing just a few days ago, we put in some trenches to explore GPR anomalies, which look to us like they might be significant for understanding how the site developed. Okay. Some of this material I presented at the last Arabian seminar, so I'm going to work through it relatively quickly. Our excavations in Trench A identified very deep Iron Age 1 to Late Bronze Age midden sequences, around about 1.8 to 2 metres high, well stratified, deeply stratified. It's the one trench we have at the site which allows us to monitor the transition from the Late Bronze to the Iron 1, possibly discontinuously based on the radiocarbon dates. The one trench where we have material of both periods. We also produced, these are some of the carbon dates that date that material, seeming to cluster right around about 1200 BCE, where we might expect Iron 1 material to fall. And sitting beneath the Iron 1 layers, we have just 30 or 40 centimetres of Late Bronze Age material, which seems to be dating right to around about 1400 BCE. We have other Iron 1 material from excavations inside the settlement area in Trench D, where we focused on the western end of a house structure that was emerging from the surface. And there we have a good sequence and well-stratified sequence, again, of Iron 1 remains and part of this stone-built structure with pits and post holes and other kinds of features, which tell us about the nature of Iron 1 settlement within the site itself. Again, our radiocarbon dates falls somewhat towards the end of what we might regard as the Iron 1 period, between 1200 and 1100 or 1000 BC, based on that single carbon date. In addition to that, we have remains from earlier periods, and it's been one of the major discoveries, I would say, of our excavations to identify material dating to the Late Bronze Age in very large amounts. In Trench B, we found a pretty substantial Late Bronze Age wall, or excavated the perimeter wall, found it standing to a height of 1.2 to 1.3 metres, with very substantial midden deposits built up against that wall. These are full of Late Bronze Age material, virtually no Iron Age material coming from any of these trenches. This was our first indicator that rather than being Iron Age in date, the perimeter wall that runs around the site is in fact constructed in the Late Bronze Age. These results were replicated and enhanced with our excavations further to the south in Trench E. At this location, we have some of the largest stones appearing on the surface in the perimeter wall, so this was a target for our excavations. Here we found a Late Bronze Age wall standing in excess of 2 metres high, very substantial in scale, in particular some of the buttress stones that were the foundation of the wall. And again, stratified against this wall were deep Late Bronze Age midden deposits full of shell and pottery and other materials. Multiple phases of occupation and deposition in relation to these very substantial structures. We have very good series of carbon dates, thanks to Susanna's excellent work on this material. Here I present just the charcoal dates as opposed to the shell. What we can see is that we have a very good and consistent series of dates between roughly 1550 and about 1400 BCE for these structures across both Trenches B and E, perhaps a slightly longer sequence at Trench E where we have more phases which are dated, pushing back to 1600. Interestingly, we have a little bit of Wadi Souk material clearly being cast up and reworked as a part of our excavations at the site. So 3 of the 4, in fact, radiocarbon dates from the upper phases of Trench B produced Wadi Souk rather than Late Bronze Age dates, although all of the material that we recovered, ceramics and so forth, is clearly Late Bronze Age in its typology. Our Trench C is our only trench to date that's produced clear and we think stratified in situ Wadi Souk period material. As you can see in the upper left-hand side of the slide, there's a large and very disturbed stone wall which runs for 80 or 90 metres out from the mountains across the plain, and we were interested in seeing how that fit into the developmental sequence of the site. We put down a small trench, 3 by 2 metres across the wall. What we found just below the surface was a relatively shallow midden, which produced only Wadi Souk period material. We can see a small assemblage of Wadi Souk period pottery that's been looked at for us by Michelle de Fraser, Christian Felder and Rob Carter. So the holy trinity of Wadi Souk specialists have looked at this material and confirmed that it likely dates to that period. We only have one carbon date for this, and unfortunately, as it's very close to the surface, it is a 20th century AD carbon date, but the material itself looks convincingly to be Wadi Sukin date. Whether we can date the wall to that period is more challenging. These deposits kind of sit underneath and slightly abut the wall, but at the moment we don't have any later material, late bronze or iron ones, so we think this is where it might sit. More recently, in the last year, we've undertaken, or in the last month actually, we've undertaken excavations in trenches G and H. This is a plot of the GPR anomalies. The big red smear that you can see running north to south is the late Bronze Age wall. But deeper down in the GPR sequence, we seem to have a real change in orientation and an anomaly oriented east-west rather than north-south. We were very keen to target that through excavation, and you can see the trench to the right-hand side there. Unfortunately, those anomalies turned out not really to be realised in any real archaeological sense, no clear structures that we could relate to those, although we did find deeply stratified archaeological deposits, again middens, and even deeper below those, collections of stone associated with cultural materials in some of our smaller, deeper soundings. We're still trying to get our heads around what is happening in this trench. It seems likely that future work will be required to really understand what is happening with these deeper deposits. The anomalies weren't there, but there's certainly deep archaeological sequences. The material is almost entirely late Bronze Age. At the very base, we have a little bit of Wadi Suk material, which might be reworked. And finally, Trench H, we commenced this year to look at some anomalies that seem to exist outside the wall, further to the north. In that area you can see indicated by the black rectangle. We found the wall itself badly robbed out at this height and probably its lowest level, but associated with some interesting features and pits. More interesting, however, was outside the wall. What we have clearly is a natural deposit that's been dug away and shaped into a bank. And outside that bank, which you can see here, is a very deep, or not very deep, a deep and clear ditch which seems to have been dug as part of this perimeter wall at the site. So we have the stone wall itself, then a sloping bank and a ditch, and that ditch was filled with stone and midden material. This is Schimmel. Everything is a shell midden in one way or another, and so lots of midden material associated with that. Interestingly, the wall, seemingly constructed in the late Bronze Age, equally the bank and ditch, constructed in the late Bronze Age and entirely filled with late Bronze Age material and midden as well. So this entire process of construction and infill seems to have taken place within the late Bronze Age, suggesting that the wall construction may have been quite early within that period. So as you can see, when we look at the overall GPR data across a couple of sectors and our trench locations, we have a suggestion that indeed the scale of architecture at Schimmel is fairly substantial, and this perimeter wall represents a major aspect of the site, and it's formed during the late Bronze Age. And this is one of the issues I wanted to talk about in terms of the significance of our work. Here we have plotted in yellow dotted lines the various walls that we can see, the large stone walls that comprise Schimmel, we think during the late Bronze Age. And this is interesting because the picture we've developed from our excavations contrasts with what we knew from earlier excavations, and I highlight two quotes here from Ute Franke-Vogt and by Rob Carter that are quite reasonable quotes based on the evidence that was available from excavations in the 1980s. Schimmel was seen as a small-scale, kind of ephemeral site, a very reasonable conclusion, but I think one that can be challenged now with the nature of the large late Bronze Age perimeter wall that we've been able to excavate over the last few years. So Schimmel is emerging as a much more substantial and larger late Bronze Age site, and that's without considering the very large scale of remains beyond the perimeter wall that comprise the broader Schimmel landscape. And in this sense, with walls and banks and ditches, Schimmel starts to look a little bit more like the canonical large late Bronze Age sites that we know from the Northern Emirates. A little bit more like what's happening at Tel Abrak, although we have nothing like the Building 1 structure that's been excavated by Michele Gigliosposti and his team over the last few years. But nevertheless, it's fitting more and more into this pattern of substantial fortified sites that are characterising a late Bronze Age which seems much less or much more developed than in many traditional understandings of what was taking place during this period. Equally, Schimmel is enhancing this story that has been developing for a very long time about the intensification of marine resource exploitation across the 2nd millennium BC. The analyses of our faunal remains and of our shell remains are demonstrating a strong emphasis on a fishing-based economy, overwhelming exploitation of marine shellfish resources represented by very large shell middens and shell deposits within the site and outside and within the wider landscape. And in this sense, the analyses very much tap into existing debates about this period. In order to explore this more fully, we've just this year begun a project of survey looking at the midden sites. You can see some examples of middens on the left-hand side, and you can see a preliminary map of some of the larger middens. These are now being explored in detail by PhD student Agnieszka Dolotowska, who's just begun her work. She's 7 weeks into her PhD and has done 6 weeks of field work at Schimmel, so she's doing very well on the field work ratio, mapping these shell distributions in detail, collecting material to date them as closely as possible. So we think that is going to inform us in very important ways about how the broader landscape of Schimmel was being exploited. It's interesting that this taps into the idea which goes right back to the deep stratified sequences of Telebrac and the studies by Margareta Erpmann, looking at the changing significance of marine resources through time. We can see it here with the dramatic rise in the importance of fish resources during the Wadisuk period in that very important sequence at Telebrac. I've got 2 people keeping me to time here, so this is a real challenge. It also maps, of course, onto the kind of evidence that was collected by Peter and Mark and their colleagues at Hamria, where we have very many shell middens dated to the from the Neolithic period through into the Iron Age and later, which suggests seasonal exploitation of the rich lagoon areas at the site, where shells were eaten and discarded in a pile. And I included that quote because these seem to be more like traditional shell middens, but the shell middens at Schimmel seem to be, in many cases, something quite different. They're not the discard from food that's been consumed in that particular location. They seem to be material that's been reworked into secondary and tertiary context from elsewhere at the site. It's a very challenging material. And of course, we have other sites emerging now through work such as the Wajup project, which is identifying more significance of marine resources at this time. It's interesting that Erpmann also identified in the study at Telebrac how the hunting of animals might have decreased in significance. What I would suggest is when we take a regional perspective on this and look at sites like Saruq al-Hadid or Al-Safur II, in a landscape in which people were mobile at different scales, chronologically and spatially, we might need to look at a wider landscape to understand the differential exploitation of resources, marine, terrestrial, domestic and wild, and otherwise, in order to really understand them. And I would also highlight that we have the exploitation of plant resources in various different ways, which tell us that there are other strands to subsistence at the site. We've identified grape and fig, and we have one and one only date seed from the site to date, but we are getting a broader picture of subsistence at this time to add on to what we see from the shells. And a final point I wanted to emphasise was this idea as to whether we can really identify and differentiate an Iron 1 period based on the ceramics, and Schimmel has something to say in this space. It's been suggested that it's more of a continuity from the Late Bronze into the Iron 1 period, and we should probably use the Late Bronze Age as the term to describe the later 2nd millennium BC. But when we look at our material from Schimmel, we have quite distinctive material from the Late Bronze and the Iron Ages. And when we study our ceramics and look at proportions of different materials, we have deposits that are clearly differentiated based on their ceramics that fit into these different periods. We can look at our cookware traditions, which handmade and seemingly look like Iron 1. They don't seem to show any great increase through time. There's nothing in our assemblages that creates difficulties for us in differentiating between Late Bronze and Iron 1 period material, although I acknowledge that there might be something of a gap between our Late Bronze Age material and our earliest Iron 1 deposits. And this relates again to this idea that there are 2 diverging trajectories of development in Oman, in the Oman Peninsula at this time, a northern trajectory and a southern trajectory, and one that's increasingly being dated in the south earlier and closer towards the middle of the 2nd millennium BC. And I think Schimmel has something to say within this broader debate around regional developments. I was influenced by a recent paper by Bleda During, which talks about persistent and enduring cultural boundaries in archaeology and just how common they are. One of the arguments against the early Iron Age dates from the south was that there was a long-term cultural boundary which seemed hard to explain. I think studies of other materials like Christian and Eric's study of Iron 1 softstone vessels suggest that these boundaries are permeable even if they do exist in certain ways. And I wonder, as this is a conference and not a publication, if I can throw out an idea and suggest that part of the reason for those persistent cultural boundaries is related to religious beliefs and differences, which are represented by the snake cult that becomes pervasive after around about 1100 BC in the north, and which is now known at more than 20 sites across the region. On that highly speculative note, I'm going to end by thanking the organisers for the opportunity to speak here and by highlighting some of the very preliminary results of our work. But we could work for 100 years at Schimmel and still not answer questions about the 2nd millennium BC, because no site by itself is going to help us to answer and understand this period. We need to look, when we're dealing with regional questions, at ways of collaborating at a regional scale. And I hope that a venue like this can be an opportunity for us to talk about those collaborations. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Professor Lloyd Weeks. That was a fantastic talk. Do you have questions?
If you don't have questions, I have to ask myself questions.
Hello. Thank you very much, Lloyd, for that fantastic talk. This is slightly off topic because you're mostly concerned with the Late Bronze Age and the Iron 1 period, but back in the day we used to fuss about where the Wadi Souk settlement was, because we had all these Wadi Souk period tombs and we didn't really know where the people were living. Do you think it's fair to say that we were standing on it all the time? It's just buried underneath a massively extensive landscape of Late Bronze Age and Iron Age shell middens?
Thanks. Great question, Rob. I wish I could tell you the answer. I don't know that the shell middens would entirely be burying anything that's there earlier. Certainly the Late Bronze Age middens are deliberately burying Wadi Souk tombs. I get the feeling that where we find Wadi Souk material, we do seem to be seeing evidence for some middens that can date to the Wadi Souk period within the general area of Schimmel. I showed you the Trench C excavations, and you've looked at some of that material. In Agnieszka's survey over the last few weeks, she's identified a few middens in various places around the site which seem to have more Wadi Souk material than later period. So we may be seeing some of that sort of evidence of Wadi Souk presence as well as the tombs. But despite our best efforts and despite some very promising GPR anomalies, what we are yet to do is find any clear evidence for Wadi Souk settlement outside of those more ephemeral midden deposits. So maybe it's deeper down. Certainly the strata are going deeper than we expected, but where that Wadi Souk settlement is still remains a mystery to me, at least.
Some more questions? Okay, so again, thank you so much. I invite now Junior Professor Dr. Steffi Depper on stage with her paper about rethinking early Bronze Age rectangular architecture in southeastern Arabia.
Thank you, and thank you all for staying to the last session, to the last paper of this session. It has been a long day of lots of interesting sessions. We already have heard quite a number of papers about early Bronze Age Umar period sites, and I realized that most of us working on those sites have similar topics that we struggle with, that we think about. So we already had papers today on common themes about the ratio of sedentary or mobile lifestyle at their site and how these sites interacted with each other, and this is where my paper will right fit in. we all know that Umar period sites are made up of a mixture of collective overground tombs, monumental so-called tower structures, and rectilinear architecture. And wherever the last of those two is present, usually this is called as settlement. And initial investigations in the 20th century, when the sort of Umar period was found, were much on demonstrating the urban characteristic of these sites, something that we don't do any longer today. And this was followed by debates on settlement hierarchies, and we could go to my starting slide. And also, settlement hierarchies always have lots to do with the number of towers present at any of those sites. And while our towers are important parts of these systems, what I want to focus today on is rectilinear architecture. There's been different terms out in the literature how to call it. Some call it residential structures, some said common houses, unfortified settlements, rectangular structures, domestic architecture, or Jen Svarida called it in her 2022 paper, rectilinear architecture, and this is sort of the newest addition to terms. I'm decided to stick with this one for today. So rectilinear architecture is characterized by more or less rectangular plans, usually consisting of several rooms and built from stone and or mud bricks. We already heard a paper today by Valentina Zara about the very structured layout of these types of architecture, and as it indicates also some shared, probably social logic, and usually these places are interpreted as places where people lived and fulfilled tasks of their daily life, including food preparation, storage, and manufacture of goods. Today, we know more than 30 sites with rectilinear architecture that have been published from Umar Island in the west to Ras Al Jins in the east. And there's an increasing number of rectilinear architecture sites that have been examined or re-examined in recent years, and this led to a significant advancement in our understanding of those sites, particularly with regard to chronology, subsistence, and their function. So today I would like to look at those sites with rectilinear architecture and see how those how the layout of these sites is formed and how they fit into the broader landscape. I will also have a close look at the chronology of these sites and a very little into function. Many scholars have suggested in the past that location choices for Umanat sites, both those with towers as with rectilinear architecture in the literature, this is often not differentiated, were made based on available resources and above all water, not surprisingly. It is believed that the sites were commonly situated near wadis, taking advantage of the water flow during rainy seasons, and that these areas could retain water for longer periods after runoff and helping to replenish underground reservoirs. So it's logical that sites in our regions are located somewhere where people had access to fresh water. There's also the idea that many of these sites are located close to the confluence of two wadis, where water availability was then particularly reliable. But in addition to water, there's also some other ideas out in the literature what made a good site location. And there is access to arable land, at least for sites in the interior. It's often mentioned that they're close to copper resources. We also have access to other raw materials, maybe stones. There's the idea that for coastal sites, it's of course close to fishing grounds, the presence of wild animals that you could hunt, strategic locations for trade and exchange, protection, wide view sheds, and some others. And given that the wide range of potential resources that could be a site, it's also often mentioned that the varied topography is regarded as essential to ensuring a location that could provide a basic resources necessary to support the community for part of the year or even for a whole year. To add to those discussions and to better understand how people in the sites with rectilinear architecture interacted with their surrounding landscape, I decided to do some least cost site catchment analysis. This basically analyzed the area around the site from which people could reasonably obtain resources such as food, water, raw materials, and usually this is done by the estimate of travel time, the time that you need to go to those resources. This might help understanding how people interacted with their landscape. As a cost limit of 1 hour is usually suggested in the literature for sedentary agriculture site, and a cost limit of 2 hours for herding hunting communities. Of course, these ciphers are seen as the threshold when the diminishing returns in labor, in time, in carrying goods start to outweigh the benefits. But of course, this is also only an average, and it might differ for individual goods, it might differ for individual people. Sometimes you will be inclined to walk longer for something that has more benefits. And I also should further point out that transportation, of course, is relevant. Some things you can more easily transport, some are more difficult to transport, like water. So this would also influence how far you go for a specific type of resource. So this type of analysis is more helping us thinking than really presenting us some exact realities that we can deal with. Still, I find it a nice way to sort of think better about how the sites with rectilinear architecture interacted with each other. So for this paper, I did some very basic GIS analysis to calculate the area that you can do walking in 1 hour or in 2 hours. So I did anisotropic cumulative cost of moving between two locations. That means that we look also in the direction that we're walking, and we took the elevation and the slope as a measurement, because it is easier to walk down a slope than to walk up a slope. So this is more or less what comes out of here. And for this we did it with a Copernicus GLO 30DM. I excluded all other factors that are also relevant for walking, such as vegetation cover, motor transportation, and the load, mostly because I had no time to do it all, so I decided for something very easy and straightforward to look at it. So what you can see here is sort of two buffers around the side. One is 1 hour distance and one is 2 hour distance. I took at starting point the centroid of the polygon for the rectilinear architecture of the site. While doing this, I realized that for quite a lot of sites, I don't have that precise location, so that I couldn't do what I initially planned to be doing. So I decided for sites where I don't have the exact location of the rectilinear architecture, or for sites where modern development changes the environment drastically, to have Euclidean buffers at 5 and 10 kilometers at starting points. And for this, I took coordinates that were provided in the literature, but rather referred to the site in general than to the precise location of the rectilinear architecture. If anybody of you wants to provide me with better locations for some of the sites you see in the following maps, I'm most happy to take them. So what I did then is what we have here, some of the examples for the results. You see here, for example, Camera. There are two areas with rectilinear architecture published by Biankowska and Bielinski et al. And both are located in the valley, close to the Wadi stream, so something that we would have expected. Just for information, the Wadis are here taken from data provided by the National Survey Authority of Oman. You can see that both sides are located close to the Wadis. QB2, that is the upper one that you can see here, has some tombs located out of the 2 hour walking distance, but I also figured out that there are not that many tombs published with their precise coordinates, so there might be much more out there which haven't been surveyed, haven't been found, haven't been published. So I hoped in the beginning that I could say something more about how these rectilinear places are located with regard to tombs, but that was not possible for most of the sites, mainly because I was lacking the data for it. And you can see for Ein3, so the other part was rectilinear architecture, that there we have several towers. The black dots you can see here, and some tombs located within a very close range of that architecture. That's in the lower right of what you can see. Just another example where it looks differently. This is Ras el-Jins. That is also, we had a paper today about this by Valentina Azara, so I'm not going to talk a lot about it. The only big difference that you can see here, of course, at the coast, so that at some point you could no longer walk, you would have to swim. We have fishing grounds here as resources, and here the wadi is not directly at the rectilinear settlement site, but still within a reachable distance. This is Al-Musalla, a site that I investigated over the past 2 years, where we did a rescue excavation of an Umar period tomb. And we found also some chert sketches that indicate remains of a former rectilinear architecture, or possibly also more ephemeral structures, but they are today completely built over by modern houses, so we didn't have anything left of this. You can see here again, the rectilinear architecture is located close to the wadi, but not to the main streams. And since the area is very flat from the terrain, you can sort of walk in all distance equally. And you see the number of tombs that we documented in the area. I find somewhere in the literature the idea that Oman tombs are always located downstream of the area with the rectilinear architecture for hygienic reason. It didn't seem that the people here were interested in this concept. They had their tombs built all over around. Of course, it could also be a chronological reason for that. Looking at another example, this is the area of Al-Khashba, Madra, and Al-Muyassir. You can see that there the areas overlap from the different things, and we see again how the sites are built up with a different number of the streams that we have, the wadis closest to the rectilinear architecture, sometimes associated with tomb structures, sometimes associated with tower structures, in very different patterns that we have. We also can see in Madra that there is no tombs in the direct vicinity, no towers as well, but both would be found within Al-Khashba in a radius of 1 hour walking distance. So different ideas of the internal layouts of Umar sites have been proposed, and what I can sort of say from the looking at it is that it seems that we don't have a very coherent pattern in what we can see in the distribution of where the tombs are located, where the rectilinear architecture is located, how this relates to towers. So there doesn't seem to be a pattern that I could spot from what I've been looking at. The other things we can see, not surprisingly, water availability played a significant role. And of course, it would be nice to look into other resources that have been mentioned in the literature and how these relate to the sites that we know. For time reason, I didn't do this, but this would be something I think that would be very valuable to do in the future. Also something that's mentioned before, that the tendency to have tombs downstream, it doesn't seem that only, for some sites it seems to be true, for others it doesn't, so there's also not real pattern emerging from what I have been looking at these things. When we now look at the broader picture, this is now all sites that I could get dates on. I was trying to see how much overlap there is within the catchment areas between the different sites. So if you walk 1 or 2 hours, do you already reach catchment areas of other parts of the site? So all what is in orange is where I had precise coordinates of rectilinear architecture, and that is then their catchment areas. I did the same for towers, which is in the let's say darker gray. So if we have towers and then the 1 and 2 catchment areas, again, where I had precise coordinates, and then below what I could have as a buffer zones. These are then just the Euclidean distances where I wasn't sure about the location of the site, or we have modern changes to the landscape, so that it wouldn't make any sense to calculate on modern DEMs the time that people could have traveled in the past. What the map shows is, for one thing, the intensity of research that has been done in the different regions. So we have a lot of biases in this map towards this. But what it also shows is that we have some real patterns in there that we will have a closer look at. For now, I focus on the regions where sort of most research, especially in terms of survey, has been done, where we have the base data for the different Oman features that they're around, which is the area, the wider area of Bad with different sites within there, and the wider area of Al-Khashba. So when we look at site catchment areas of the Bad area with the different sites around there and the different towers, we see that there's a huge overlap in the site catchment areas of the different rectilinear architecture sites, and there's, on similar level, a huge overlap between the tower sites in the region, indicating that we have shared and intersecting zones of movement and resource use between these different sites. The overlap is usually in the two-hour range that you could walk. Sometimes it's also in the 1 hour range. And this suggests that we have a very close and potentially very direct interaction between the communities, or that we simply deal with the same and single unified community that use the different places. And we have a similar pattern when we look at the larger Al-Khashba region, including the sites of Madra and Al-Muyassir, and to some extent also Royin. Al-Royin is not directly now involved in this overview, but there is a potential site of Khatra Bani Dafa, where I'm not absolutely sure where to locate it, but if we would put that in, which is the grey blob that you see below Royin, we also would have the same pattern, so that the areas have a significant overlap in the sites. So what we can see that those well-studied areas exhibit a frequent overlap in the catchment areas, and raising the possibility of shared resource zones or intermittent movement of the same population across multiple sites. So of course this is then a question, how does it work? We had papers today by Valentina Adara. She also had very different questions about how people interacted and moved between the sites, if it was something that is seasonality, or how people use the different places throughout the year. But it clearly shows that we don't have a single community that is bound to a single place and only using the resources it can find around, because there's too much overlap with the other places that we have as well. It moved faster than I wanted. Finally, what I also wanted to do is looking at chronology. We all know that rectilinear architecture is usually associated with the Umar period, but we also know that the Umar period, we have sometimes problems in dating. The new project gave us new radiocarbon dates, which extremely helped us to get a better understanding of the subchronology within the Umar period. And of course, we all know the debate that exists between the degree of continuity between the Hafid and the Umar period, and it's that scholars that see agriculture and sedentism already developing during the Hafid period, they usually also highlight the continuation of sites, including rectilinear architecture between the two periods, where scholars that see Hafid period as mobile pastoral and development of agriculture and sedentism only in the Umar period emphasize difference in location choices. Fittingly, there has a strong correlation been between the presence of Hafid tombs and Umar sites in the end. This has been noted in many surveys, while other surveys found out that it is not true for their sites, for example, in many sites of the Batina. And this had Julian Sabroni and others come to the conclusion that we don't have to think about this very strict division between we could have a coexistence of multiple lifestyles, and then also that we have maybe some groups that did agriculture and remained longer at the site, where we had others that were moving around in the landscape. What we all could see, we had also already discussion this morning in another session, if specific sites, if there's only Ras Al Had that is already in the Hafid period, and I have to say there's also Hoyin with quite a lot of radiocarbon dates dating to the Hafid period, and we have some sites that seem to have an intensive use of the area in the Hafid period based on radiocarbon dates of more ephemeral structures that are below the actual Umar period layers. And this is what you have, for example, at Rakat Madra and maybe also at Al Zeba, something I would have to look into it closer since we excavated it. But it seems to me that the old dates is from something that was below the rectilinear architecture, and then this same site was later then used with rectilinear architecture. The other thing that we can see that is most of this, the majority of these dates fall into the middle Umar period that we would have here, and also that most of the sites don't seem to be used for the complete Umar period, but only for a portion within that. So we have to ourselves ask questions why these sites, the rectilinear architecture was needed at specific sites for specific moments in time, not for the whole period, evolving at some point and then ending, but what we can also very much clearly see in the dates from Yasser are pretty old, so this is maybe the problem with them, that it all ends towards the Wadi Suk period at those sites. To conclude, what we can see here is that when we're looking at this pattern, we have a considerable variety in the presence of features like tombs and towers outside with rectilinear architecture, and there doesn't seem to be a consistent spatial relationship between rectilinear architecture, towers, and cemeteries, and all can occur in different patterns. It also doesn't seem that the position of tombs towers in relation to the rectilinear architecture has to be in a certain pattern. We can't see that the tombs seem to be always downstream. What we can see is water availability plays a prominent role, but this is not surprising to anybody of us. We can further see that we have a frequent overlap in the 1 to 2 hour catchment areas that we have, which suggests some shared landscape, maybe seasonal mobility, and the possibility of same communities using multiple sites throughout the year. We see that the landscape seems to appear as organized network of interconnected but variable occupation nodes and not as a standardized settlement hierarchy. We still have to figure out to what extent communities moved along the site, how they shared resources, and other spaces that were there. And regarding the radiocarbon data, it shows that most sites seems to be occupied for a few hundred years at most, and that they were mostly abandoned at the end of the Umar period. And we still have to get more into chronology to better understand why they have been used at certain periods of time. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dopa, for that presentation. I see we have a question already. I might just bring this mic up to you, Mike.
Thank you so very much, Steffi. I really like maps, so I enjoyed seeing all your map data there. A question for you about the NSA lines of wadis and wadi boundaries, because I routinely caution people from using topographic maps and blue lines on maps. So I wonder if you know how the National Survey Authority calculated or produced those blue lines, and could inform us about that if you have any information.
Unfortunately, no. I can't provide you with any information. I completely understand your caution, because it might also be that it's sort of, it doesn't provide information of how much water was available in that place compared to others if I sort of just color it in blue.
Yeah, oftentimes those are kind of hypothetically produced from air photos and things where people just, looking at air photos or drawing lines in a hypothetical way. So it's hard to, it's important to be cautious of what those are actually representing. But I appreciate your interesting analysis. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Just to tack on Mark's question, I guess they were taken from geological maps, and they are now part of the open source data of the Omani ministries. They are online. Geological map 1 to 25,000, if I'm not wrong, this is the scale. But yeah, probably from satellite images, old images, and yeah, from there.
Okay, any other questions? All right, in that case, join me please in thanking Dr. Dopa and all of the presenters in this afternoon's session. This room is going to be the location for the keynote presentation this afternoon by Dr. Stefan Lawson, who's talking about the Amorites in the Arabian Gulf. That presentation will commence at an unspecified time shortly. Now it's going to commence very shortly, so please stay in the room and we'll be starting that in no time at all.
coffee.
Yeah, okay.
Because
So
and it goes a little bit slow.
did you have coffee? Would you like
I just had a quick espresso.
Okay,
Because I thought that was, but I also think they I think it's good just to be at the, because I'll be at, yeah, just.
present to us a keynote lecture on the Amorites in the Arabian Gulf region. Before he does that, I wanted to talk just a little bit about his work. I first encountered Stefan's work through his PhD, of which I was an examiner, immediately recognising that he was someone who was a great deal smarter than I was and who I should simply waft through the process as quickly as possible so he could become an amazing archaeologist working in this region. His PhD research was truly outstanding and amazing in terms of the detailed mapping of more than 100,000 burial mounds on the island of Bahrain, most of which dated to the Bronze Age period. And the spatial analysis of that material has proven critical and was the foundations for Stefan's reimagining and reanalysis of the development of Bronze Age society in Bitumen in the period around about 2000 BC and the centuries thereafter. Since that time, he's done other really critical and fundamental research on the region. His book with the Assyriologist Peter Steinkeller is absolutely essential reading, a slender volume that packs more punch in a single page than many very large monographs. It's really changed the way we think about relations between Mesopotamia, the Gulf, and the Indus in the period around 2000 BC. And it's absolutely essential reading. In addition to that, Stefan's fieldwork more recently at the site of Ali in Bahrain has helped us to understand more clearly the nature of those monuments, the development through time, and how they allow us to chart the rise of deeply stratified hierarchical societies in Bahrain at around about 2000 BC. It's no exaggeration to say that he's really changed how we understand this period of the archaeology of the Central Gulf. And today he's going to be talking to us about an element, the Amorite presence in the region, that arose directly from some of his discoveries whilst working at Ali in Bahrain. And he's going to give us the broader context for understanding the Amorites in this region. So it's my great and sincere pleasure to welcome to the stage Dr. Stefan Lausen for his presentation this evening.
Many thanks for those two kind words, Lloyd. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for showing up at this late hour. And I would also like to extend a thank to the Zayed National Museum and Director Peter McGee and the International Association for the Study of Arabia for organizing this excellent conference. And without further ado, I'll start with this rather long lecture. The question of the Amorite constitute one of the thorniest problems in ancient world studies, and originally born out of 19th century colonial thinking, interest in the Amorite phenomenon for a very long time has focused on the clash between the savage populations of the steppe and desert and the civilized societies of the fertile river valleys, both in Mesopotamia and in Egypt. The theme of this narrative was one that for the colonialists strategically focused on fascination and fear of the wild, and particularly the untamed population beyond the control of civilized empire. In all fairness to the European idea and colonial narratives, this was not devised entirely without basis because it could conveniently draw on 4,000-year-old propaganda employed by the ancient urban societies themselves. In Egypt, the story was that the downfall of civilization happened at the hands of invading Hyksos, and in Babylonia, the Amorites were seen as the root cause of the downfall of the city of Ur, and with it hallowed Sumerian civilization. In recent years, the study of the Amorite phenomenon has seen a sharp increase and a lot more focus on identity. And the most important recent contributions among these are Aaron Burke's 2020 Amorites and the Bronze Age Near East, The Making of Regional Identity, and Wasserman and Bloch's 2023 Amorites, A Political History of Mesopotamia in the Early Second Millennium BCE. These two books have each in their own right provided us with new ways to understand the Amorite identity. Overall, there is consensus that by the early 2nd millennium BC, rulers from nearly all the most influential Mesopotamian dynasties self-identified as Amorites or rulers of Amorites. And the most prominent example of this is King Hammurabi of Babylon and the first dynasty of Babylon to which he belonged. Although we now have a much clearer and more detailed picture of the political geography of these Amorite kingdoms and dynasties, the cultural and ethnic classification of the Semitic-speaking population is still rather obscure. I just need to have this work. Sorry, just had a little technical issue here. In his 1966 book on the Amorites in the Ur-3 period, Bucciolati had noted that some cuneiform sources indicated that at least some of the Amorites were said to come from the Arabian Gulf and lands to the south of Mesopotamia in general. And Joris Sarens, in his 1968 paper on Dilmun and Amatu and the Dilmun, made it clear that there was a connection to Dilmun which could not be ignored. And shortly after, Flemming Højlund published a paper that examined the relationship between the rise of the Dilmun state and the overall Amorite expansion, as it has been called. For all of us here today interested in the study of ancient Arabia, the Amorite question should consequently be of great interest. More so because after this hypothesis about Amorites in the Arabian Gulf was first proffered, the case has been gradually growing stronger and stronger. Today, the number of Amorite personal names in the Arabian Gulf is substantial, and a relationship between Amorites and Dilmun and Magan, in my opinion, can no longer be refuted. But the question is, what does it mean? The evidence pertaining to the Arabian Gulf suggests that long before the first dynasty of Babylon and the so-called Age of the Amorites, the elites and at least some communities in the Arabian Gulf spoke a dialect of this now extinct Semitic language and were at least partly identified as Amorites by their Mesopotamian contemporaries. Notwithstanding, addressing people, languages, and identity from archaeology and texts, of course, relates to major theoretical and methodological problems. And more so, this certainly also applies to the Amorite phenomenon. And in this lecture, I will, which I warn you will be a little bit long, I'll try to elucidate the broader implication of this and present some ideas and interpretive frameworks for correlating material culture from the Gulf region with Amorite identity. And this is by no means final work, and there is no end result as such. Some of these cases of material culture are well known to some of you from earlier discussions, and these include the widespread chamber alcove practice seen in burial mounds in Bahrain and the Eastern Province and elsewhere, and the so-called spear in wall ritual. Another example is some enigmatic type of suspension jars and their possible relation to Amorite rituals and identity. The reason is that these curious suspension jars are found in burial contexts ranging from Susa in Elam and known Amorite settlements in Mesopotamia to Dilmun and Magan. They date to the late 3rd millennium and early 2nd millennium and potentially relate to the mysterious so-called Kishikum jar. The suspension vessels are functionally similar but artistically distinct. They are almost exclusively found in burials. Originally, they were all elaborately decorated. And in the rituals, they serve both a hanging function and a standing function. And generally, they, to some extent, stand out from their local ceramic inventories. The late Umar period here in the United Arab Emirates and on the rest of the Oman Peninsula, the tombs often contain these small suspension jars, examples of which can be studied here at the Zayed National Museum and in Al Ain Museum. They are generally always painted with a net pattern that could indicate that they originate from older string-suspended vessel types. They are distributed across the UAE and Oman, as I said, and then there are their a neighboring brother or sister in Dilmun, the so-called burial jar, which was in fact a suspension vessel that usually had a ring stand and suspension net, probably made of palm mat and string. We have some examples where we can see the marks of this, but we also have fully ceramic, rare examples that demonstrates how these would probably have looked in their organic versions. The type is exceedingly popular in Bahrain, with many hundreds found in the early Dilmun period from 2000 to 1700 BC, but examples have also been found here in Magan, in Iran, Mesopotamia, Saudi Arabia, and possibly also Yemen. Finally, there is this very special and rare incised greyware suspension vessel found at sites in western Elam and Mesopotamia. The context of discovery of these vessels indicate that they became absorbed among Amorites for their funeral cult as well. And then we have this rare group of highly decorated suspension vessels found in tombs in Bahrain, Susa, Babylon, and Oman that underlines the enigmatic cultic importance of these vessels in the burial rituals across the region. Although the Dilmun burial jars are exceedingly fragile, they were sometimes transported and placed in tombs as far from Dilmun, very far from the Dilmun core area. One example was placed at a burial outside the house of Abizum in Ur, and he was a general of the first dynasty of Babylon around 1740 BC, and conspicuously held the title Ugulamatu, which means leaders of the Amorites. More careful studies, I would suggest, of these suspension vessels can perhaps clarify their role in Semitic burial rituals and possibly Amorite identity. But this is, of course, highly conjectural. Later I will return to this and the evidence we have of the Kishkum jar. As a starting point, there are fortunately some things about which we can be almost certain. The so-called Amorite population, which the Sumerian and Akkadian-speaking urban societies of Mesopotamia first started calling Martu and Amaru, without a question did not initially self-classify as such. Originally, Sumerian Martu and Akkadian Amaru were simply the ancient word for Westerners, which served as a vague generic term for any mobile pastoralist they encountered west of Mesopotamia. While the Martu and Amaru was used for Westerners in Sumerian and Akkadian, the similar-sounding word Armu was used by the Egyptian to broadly classify the pastoralist Easterners they encountered east of the Nile Delta and beyond. The hieroglyphic writing of Amu, including a throwing stick sign, which signified that they were seen as a people subjugated by the pharaoh. The personal names associated with Amu in Egyptian sources are also what philologists would generally classify as Amorites. In reality, all the nomadic pastoral communities that lived between Egypt and Mesopotamia must have operated with other tribal identities more or less of their own choice. Chiefly based on animal husbandry, these groups would have moved in and out of the contact zone with the Mesopotamians and Egyptians in patterns determined by the seasonal availability of pastoral land. Consequently, populations classified as Martu in the mid-3rd millennium were not necessarily identical with those of early 2nd millennium sources, and certainly not those found later still in the Hebrew biblical narrative. The settled Mesopotamians used a number of derogatory tropes in their propaganda targeting Amorites. Thus, King Suisin from Ur called them a ravaging people with the instinct of a beast, and him and his father, King Shulgi, had a wall built to keep Amorites out and return the foot of the Amorite to their land. Other sources called them peddlers of foul-smelling herbs, and King Ibusin of Ur described King Ishbiera as an Amorite, which he in fact was not. That was a monkey from the mountains that had been elevated to shepherd the land because he had taken power after the fall of Ur, allegedly. They were also described as he who digs truffle in the desert and he who eats uncooked meat, and as a people who does not receive a proper burial on the day they die. It was also said of Amorites that he is a fool that lives in the mountain, that has neither house nor city, and that an Amorite was a tent dweller that makes multicolored wool. But we also have other sources and letters between Amorites and leaders of the Amorites, which show that they took great pride in their outdoor lifestyle and expressed resentment of the comforts of indoor life. Among the same lines, the Assyrian king lists celebrate Amorite Assyrian king Shamshi-Adua as the proud descendant of the 17 kings who lived in tents. Similarly, the literary composition, The Tale of Shenua, represents Egyptian wisdom literature and provides us with a unique source on how the ancient viewed the pastoralists of Arabia and the Levant. And I think as Arabian archaeologists, we could benefit greatly from exploring these sources, which are multiple, more carefully. This tale was composed after the assassination of Amenemhat I in 1962 BC and the assertion of Shenusret I after 1971. And it's significant because this character, Shenui, which was fictitious, was a senior courtier that flees Egypt in fear of getting caught up in the Game of Thrones that followed this assassination. And luckily for us, his exile takes him eventually through Palestine and Syria. And for some times he lives outside of Byblos before he eventually gets married to a pastoralist tribal leader named Amunenshi. And in the upper part of the Levant, he settles down with his daughter. And he becomes integrated in this local elite, and he eventually becomes a commander of their military. But in old age, he's increasingly conflicted by a desire to die and get buried in the Egyptian way. And he explicitly states, what else matters more than my corpse be buried in the land where I was born? And he negotiates a return to Egypt and a burial. And it goes on to talk about the contrast between the pastoralist burial and the Egyptian burial. But what is most important is that he states, you will never die in a foreign land, and Amu will not bury you. You will not be put in the skin of a ram. When your grave is made, you will not be put in the wool of a ram. It's interesting here that an animal hide was considered as distinctly a pastoralist burial practice, and it goes well with our sources of ram and goat and sheep and lamb in the burial mounds. Probably it was also regarded as in direct contrast with the flax linen used in the Egyptian ossification or mummification ritual. The tale of Shenua also contains a positive portrait of the Amu. The tribal leader is described as a kind man of principle and honor, and in one episode where Shenua is almost dying of thirst, we encounter what is perhaps the tribal concept of diafa, or hospitality, and a good nomadic pastoralist gives Shenua water and boiled milk. The tale goes on to repeat many of the tropes we know from the Mesopotamian sources. We also have a similar text, a wisdom text called The Teaching of King Merika, which is a king teaching his crown prince how to navigate in politics. And he says, the wild Amu is miserable because of the place where he is in, shortage of water, lack of many trees. He has never settled in one place, but plagued by want, he wanders the desert by foot. He has been fighting since ever the time of Horus. He has neither conquered, nor can he be conquered. And he does not announce the day of fighting, but is like a thief from whose society has expelled. So we see these conflicts that are built into the narratives from these urban societies. The cuneiform text makes it clear that the Amorite language represents a real and strong ethnic category, which during the early second millennium was a rather important determinant of ethnicity. While Amorite ethnicity otherwise perhaps was fluent, the language was apparently easily identified by its contemporaries. Simplified, one can say that in the Bronze Age, Mesopotamian Amorite represented the most popular Semitic language, which was not East Semitic Akkadian. But like Akkadian, the Amorite language is now extinct, but was once connected to the later Semitic languages Aramaic, Hebrew, and Arabic. While the distinct Amorite language is an undeniable historical fact. Philologists face serious problems when trying to distinguish the Amorite language from other Semitic dialects in the sources they have available. And the biggest problem here is that Amorite has up to now been almost exclusively known to us from verbal forms found in personal names. But just recently, in 2023, the first complete sentences written in Amorite were published by Andrew George and Manfred Kabernik, and they come from two bilingual Akkadian and Amorite vocabulary tablets. And they contain multiple words and sentences, and some of them seems rather, also asymmetrical or condescending, but they are all written in the imperative, such as get up, give us water for our hands, bring us bread, fetch a table, pour us wine. So not a very flattering vocabulary. According to Streck, more than 17,800 Amorite names are known at this point, of which 7,000 are unique. On top of this, we know 90 Amorite loanwords that appear either in Akkadian or Sumerian, as well as a few of their distinct geographical names. And while Streck cautions the possibility of recognizing different languages and even dialects on the basis of names, personal names alone, the hard work with these personal names by the philologist has led to a limited reconstruction of Amorite. And the reconstructed Amorite language has traditionally, among philologists and ancient historians, been classified as Northwest Semitic. And I would argue that this classification Northwest might be a deceptive misnomer, because there is a real danger that the concept of Amorite as a Semitic dialect and it originating in the northwest of Mesopotamia could in fact be a phantom of sources and discovery, as well as an outdated concept of homeland, of culture and language. That the Hebrew Bible originally enforced the idea at a time when ancient Arabia was known almost exclusively from Hellenistic and Roman sources, perhaps also boasted this idea. Almost all our written sources come from contact with pastoralists in the river valleys or in the periphery of the river valleys, so that also gives this direction. So the geographical limitation of these sources would have totally obscured any Amorite-speaking communities that existed beyond this contact zone, and consequently, perhaps this has completely distorted our image of where, when, and who the Amorites were. Alternatively, Semitic-speaking people, including Amorite speakers, probably, and even long before the domestication of the dromedary, occupied and moved relatively much between the extremes of the Oman Peninsula and the upper Euphrates. And this hypothesis is, however, of course, not an easy one to prove. For these reasons, however, we can try to work with an assumption that in reality there probably never was a single homeland of the Amorite or a single ethnic or genetic group as such. In order to escape the biases of the sources, it's worth to consider a hypothesis which assumes that at different times and places, ethnic communities that spoke and or identified as Amorites emerged among ancient Semitic-speaking populations living between Oman and Syria in the northwest, as I said. And at any time and place, such a group would have established endemic solidarity through shared myths of common ancestors, collective memories, and historic narratives. They would also have had a distinct material culture and other distinct cultural practices that set them apart from other groups. At the same time, these myths, historic narratives, and distinct culture and practices would also help them tie them to other self-styled Amorite groups and forge various intertribal bonds of allegiance. And this we probably have to expect would have been fairly fluent. We know of Amorites writing letters asking to switch tribes and so forth. So there are many fluidities involved in this. But following this hypothesis, we cannot hope to find a single Amorite homeland and from here trace the migration and diffusion of its people and culture. Instead, it is much more likely that different Amorite-speaking groups would have constructed their identity around different myths of origin and narratives of multiple different homelands when it was convenient. And therefore, we must in my opinion, try to map material culture patterning and identify evidence of cultural practices that reasonably can be argued to belong to such Semitic-speaking ethnic communities, and then explore to what extent they overlap with textual evidence of Amorites. Generally, the tribal identity of pastoralists can, as I said, be very fluent, and that is challenging for archaeological study of the phenomenon. And it's, of course, only further enhanced by the fact that they were mobile, and this, of course, resulted in an even more elusive material culture. But we're still fortunate enough that the methodology of archaeology can shed light on aspects like ethnic communities to some extent. As mentioned, there is this phenomenon with the Amorite sources pertaining to the Gulf. And as we can see later, in Magan, rulers with Amorite-sounding names date back to the Sagonic period, and at least by the early 2nd millennium, Dilmun was ruled by a royal dynasty that was both wildly integrated in the Amorite world and elite culture, but also whose royalty bore Amorite-sounding names and possibly spoke some kind of Semitic Amorite dialect, perhaps even since the 3rd millennium. Probably these kings of Dilmun, based on Bahrain from 2000, even acted as overlords of large pastoral population on the Arabian mainland. And I'll try to discuss why I think so later. Traditionally, the ecological niche of the northwestern steppe I've just added to the map has been regarded as the home of the pastoralist tent dwellers referred to as Amorite, and this view is reflected both in ancient tradition and modern interpretation. And yes, there clearly was a linguistic, ideological, and probably ethnic connection between the steppe region and groups which the urban population met and categorized as Amaru, and they did also at some point begin to self-identify as Amaru or Amorites. Although many of their tribal names are known to us, it's still an open question how they self-identified outside of these literary contexts. While the connection of pastoralists to the steppe was based on a historic and economic reality, it was certainly also integrated and curated in the narrative of Babylonian worldview and their political mythology. Known as the mountain of the Amorites, Jebel Bisri, in a similar problematic vein, has been accepted by many as the real core and center of an Amorite original homeland. And it's, of course, not entirely imaginary because some groups entertained this idea, but it's, as an over-encompassive interpretation, is hard to reconcile with the evidence of Amorites across Arabia. When Martu of the steppe is mentioned in the myth Inki and the world order, the steppe is an abstract place located outside the Sumerian homeland, and it's seen as an opposition to the lands and other lands mentioned. And in this myth, Inki's gift to the Martu was that of the animals and the abstract steppe they occupied, and it consisted of two components. There were the upland plains for the wild animals and the inland plains for the domesticated animals. So this is part of how the Babylonians viewed the world order around this phenomenon. When biblical scholars and archaeologists first began to interpret the evidence on the early Bronze Age Amorite, most of the Arabian Peninsula was considered an empty wasteland, and their ignorance of the rich Bronze Age cultures in the region caused them to disregard Arabia from their interpretive framework. And since then, our picture of the archaeology has greatly improved, and as we all know today, especially after a conference like this, we now have a much stronger data set on the populations which occupied inland Arabia, and in particular the lands known to the Sumerians as Magan and Dilmun. In this connection, it's notable that the geographical order of Inki's trip of decrees in this myth was Melucha, Magan, Dilmun, and then the Martu. In this abstract perspective of myth, the Amorites occupied some place after Dilmun and perhaps even somewhere between Dilmun and Sumer. Thanks to remote sensing and survey, we now know of hundreds of thousands of tombs dating from the 4th, 3rd, and early 2nd millennium. And although not automatically reflecting Amorite identity, they do suggest a connection with the pastoralist nomadic lifestyle and economy. These monuments are found scattered across an enormous area of Arabia and far beyond the northwestern steppe. And on Bahrain Island, the sedentary Dilmunite population after 2200 accumulated a staggering 76,000 burial mounds across a 500-year period. In different ways, Arabia's burial mounds, stone cairns, tower tombs, they all testify to the presence of a very substantial nomadic population. And here, Dr. Melissa Kennedy and Dr. Hugh Thomas's pioneering work on the tomb typology and chronology in northwestern Saudi Arabia is noteworthy for its, in my opinion, very high explanatory potential. I think their approach will, when rolled out on an even broader scale in the future, provides us with very strong maps of the long-term regional groupings across Bronze Age Arabia. And this work can, among many other things, because of its great potential, cast some decisive new light on the Amorite phenomenon. Many of these large and enigmatic group of tumuli builders likely spoke Semitic dialects and languages, and the region where this is pronounced generally exhibit a marked focus on single grave individual burial, which generally is suggestive of a strong focus on personal lineage and ancestry. And copper-rich Oman and the Amorites, corresponding to Magan and Umar and Wadi Souk cultures, stand out a bit in this regard because of their distinct collective burial custom. More recently, fieldwork has shown that a combination of sedentary and pastoral groups occupied huge walled oases from the late 4th millennium onwards in northwestern Saudi Arabia. And notably, there were pastoral groups represented by large concentrations of burial mounds outside of these oases. At Tema, the largest and perhaps best documented oasis, an 18-kilometer fortification wall, encloses 1,000 hectares. And at Karayath, the fortified area was, I think, approximately 300 hectares. Before the domestication of the camel, the populations of inland Arabia and the walled oases probably interacted with the Levant, Mesopotamia, and the Gulf by means of donkey trains during the winter time along these wadi corridors. The sheer size of the walled oasis population makes it important for us to consider their place in the future discussion of the Amorite phenomenon, and also perhaps the role they played in the transmission of people and ideas. As I mentioned previously, the land of Dilmun and Magan show evidence of this West Semitic dialect. Two rulers from Magan with Amorite-sounding names are known from the Sagonic and Ur-3 period respectively, and one of their envoys also had a seemingly Amorite-sounding name. Similarly, an inscription attributed to King Gudea of Lagash, dating to around 2140, appears to equate the land of Dilmun with the city and land of the Amorites. The same coupling of the Amorites and Dilmun is also reflected in a couple of tablets dating to Ur-3 King Amasuin's year 2. This text speaks of an expenditure of 3 sheep for Amorites and the exorcists coming from Dilmun. Aaron Burke has recently argued for this Amorite coney that spread, and that Amorite identity was largely something that was invented and spread to Babylonia and the Gulf region in the early 2nd millennium. If these early attestation of Amorite names from Magan and Dilmun can be taken at face value, then Burke's and other long-held assumptions about the spread of Amorite identity should be called into question, in my opinion. The 3rd millennium evidence is collaborated by a text from the early 2nd millennium King Shu Ilushu that lists some packing materials to be used for the gifts of Dilmun and the Amorites. When this evidence is viewed collectively, I think it becomes difficult to ignore the frequent co-occurrences of Amorites and Dilmun, and the impression of a strong association between Amorites and Dilmun is further evinced, as I said, by the names of the 18th and 17th century kings of Dilmun. however, using personal names as proof of spoken language and ethnic affiliation has appropriately been criticized as problematic. In the case of Dilmun, it is, however, hard to ignore how often personal names that are related to Dilmun are Amorite or Amorite sounding. As an example, this approximately 2000 BC tablets from Khalada, Bahrain, the city of Dilmun, mentions 3 men with Amorite or so-called West Semitic sounding names. The fact that the majority of personal names known from Dilmun are Amorite or Amorite sounding is compelling in itself. And then we also have these inscribed stone vessels from the Dilmun Royal Cemetery at Ali in Bahrain and seals found on Failaka Island in Kuwait, where it's been possible lately by Gianni Marchesi to reconstruct the names of 4 Dilmunite kings, King Rimum, Yakliel, Sumuel, and Samua. All of these 4 names are more or less Amorite, and they are all identified by the royal title Servant of Insak of Agarum, or as it's now read, Agash. The oldest of these is probably King Rimum, whom can be dated to the second half of the 18th century. On a shirt from the tomb of his successor, King Rimum, it is explicitly stated that Yakliel was the son of Rimum. King Yakliel is also attested from an inscribed shirt found at the Dilmun capital of Bahrain. And this is not published, but possibly the same Yakliel is also the possible owner of 2 inscribed Dilmun-type seals used to stamp several clay tokens found at various sites in Bahrain. These tokens are not shown in this slide, but will be published in April in the Journal of Near Eastern Studies. An Amazonite stamp seal from the Dilmun colony of Failaka in Kuwait is inscribed with a probable Dilmun king named Sumua, and there's something missing of his name, also identified as the servant of Insak of Agash. And another very exciting stamp seal is of lapis lazuli, also from Failaka, and it apparently belonged to a Dilmunite princess named Laula Panipa, who was the daughter of King Sumuel. And here it's interesting that this Sumuel's name is written exactly in the same way that the great-grandfather and the founding Sumuel of the first dynasty of Babylon's name is written. In light of this evidence, I want us all to consider the possibility that the kingdom of Mari, like the kingdom of Mari and many others, the rulers of Dilmun possibly acted as overlords of some more loosely attached tribal pastoralists on the mainland. And perhaps it was the knowledge of these groups which made the populations of Babylonia frequently use the categories such as Dilmun and the Amorites in their records. Excavation by Dr. Al-Utaibi has provided us with evidence of a probable commercial corridor extending from Dilmun and at least 1,000 kilometers inland to the tumuli builders of Wadi al-Faw. And this also shows some cultural exchange that I think could be significant to this discussion. Excavation here of just a handful of the 4,000 burial mounds in the Wadi has produced several Dilmun-type seals, distinct Dilmun burial pottery of the type I mentioned in association with the suspension vessels, and also socketed spearheads of types which are used in both Dilmun and here in Magan. Then we also have these cruciform burial chambers, which traditionally, or they link the traditions from Bahrain, Al-Faw, Tema, and Jebel Bisri. I here show some examples from Sur and Hausleiter, and an example from Fuji, from Jebel Bisri. They may date a little earlier than the evidence for similar advanced chambers we have from Bahrain, and could suggest, at least the ones from Tema, not the ones from Jebel Bisri, and they could suggest perhaps a diffusion of this phenomenon. But however that goes, the fact that a similar custom is attested both at Al-Faw outside the walled oasis at Tema and at Jebel Bisri suggests that these groups shared this symbolism and some some ideas about belief in the afterlife with the population in Dilmun. And although it's difficult to prove and in need of more research, I find it very plausible that this is one of the practices that was perhaps shared by elites of a subgroup which identified themselves as something similar to Amorites. We also have the case of shared belief system across inland Arabia, attested by this curious second millennium practice of inserting two spearheads in the back wall of T-shaped chambers. This admittedly rare practice has so far been reported from burial mounds in Bahrain, the Jabrin Oasis, and Wadi al-Faw. And then Dr. Michel de Vries has pointed out, and this is coming out in a publication later, that the same ritual may be attested in the Tel Abrak tomb here in the United Arab Emirates in the form of a possible Dilmun jar, actually, inserted in the tomb with two detached bronze copper spearheads. In Dilmun, the cruciform chambers, the T-shaped burial chambers, and so forth are all components in a well-defined system of rank and class-related symbolism. These and other distinct chamber shapes are introduced around 2200 BC in what we call the tribal period before the emergence of the Dilmun kingdom and Dilmun state. After the appearance in Dilmun of the kingdom around 2000 BC, the burial custom actually continues to reproduce this chamber system, which date, of course, to the tribal period, but it becomes much more formalized. A formal multitude of different chamber shapes with four-side alcoves, including these cruciform chambers, are completely replaced by large H-shaped chambers, and these formalized H-shaped chambers are only found in one particular cemetery and are exclusively associated with the individuals on the island with the highest status, the royals. And Dilmun's gigantic royal tombs in this group stands out in a class of their own, and in addition to their very exceptional size, their huge H-shaped chambers have in many cases been extended with a so-called appendix room, as you see here in the end. The introduction of these appendix rooms must have been motivated by a need for the Dilmun kings to distinguish the tombs of kings from lower-ranking royals. And together with shaft and passageway dromos accessways, the appendix rooms clearly also served a function in the rituals of royal death and the cult of the royal ancestors. The royal mounds of Ali are located at the north end of Bahrain's largest compact mound cemetery of more than 11,100 mounds. And in contrast to the royal tombs in Babylonian cities, the dynastic cemetery in Dilmun was placed publicly for all to see and widely exposed. I've argued that it was intentionally founded as a dynastic cemetery institution primarily aimed to serve two functions. One is an institution for the cult of the royal ancestors, and another that aimed to institutionalize the rituals of royal succession. It appeared that in Dilmun, the ancestor cult of the royal line took the form of royal kishpum rituals, as we know them from Babylonia, where the past generation of the royal dynasty was honored. In this connection, the evidence from Assyria is very instructive. Several Mari texts dating from the last 2 years of King Shamshi-Adad contain information about a series of diplomatic expeditions between Dilmun and his capital in Shubat Enhil or Telian. These texts tell us about either one or two voyages which were undertaken on the 1,600 kilometer long route between Assyria and Bahrain. The expedition consisted of envoys from both the royal court of Dilmun and Shamshi-Adad, and at one point an armed corps of Amorite rangers were assigned by Shamshi-Adad, were recited regularly. This provides us with a small bit of context for understanding why Shamshi-Adad, in his last year, instructed his son, living as viceroy in Mari, to send a kisikum jar to the king of Dilmun. And this long text says, place 3 liters of cypress oil in a reinforced kisikum jar and seal the offer with your seal and send it to the king of Dilmun. And then it goes on. This kisikum jar was clearly intended for use in the cult of the royal ancestors. From this particular behavior, it in my opinion, naturally follows that Shamshi Adu expected that the king in Dilmun would fully appreciate the cultic value of this gift. Both Sassan and Chapang have shown how among Amorite treaties were established between incumbent rulers, but that they had to be renewed on the occasion of royal death and succession. Perhaps Shamshi Adu had learned of the recent death of a king of Dilmun by these envoys that came the year before, and by sending the Kishkamjar, wanted to reconfirm real or imagined ancestral ties with his successor. The royal mounds of Dilmun were up to 15-meter high cylindrical step monuments with around 10-meter high H-shaped chambers that had 2 separate floors. The first generation of the royal tombs were accessed by these horizontal passageways we call dromos, dromoi, and this potentially provides spectators with a very clear view of the final and most liminal rites of separation and incorporation. We know that sharing a drink was a ritual way of sealing important agreements among Amorite tribal leaders, and in the dromos of one royal tomb, a drinking set with a small and a large painted chalice was found in front of the sealed tomb door before the passageway was filled in and closed. Perhaps this discovery reflects that an important ritual in the royal rites of succession, where the crown prince in waiting shared a final symbolic drink with his newly entombed father and king. In a break with tradition, suddenly, the horizontal dromoi were replaced by vertical shafts at the beginning of the 18th century. The up to 10-meter deep shafts created a new type of private space for the royal burial rituals and post-burial cult of the royal ancestors. A ledge found at the upper level of the upper chamber enabled a large temporary wooden deck for private post-burial rituals to take place. On the ledge in the photo, we found a few very tiny copper dress pins that may have been used on this ledge to fasten cloth or fabric on wooden statues of the royal dead. At the time of King Rimum, I mentioned from the text, the final closure of the tomb and shaft involved the installment of a huge stone door in the chamber doorway. A post door groove on the inside of the monumental doorways show that the chambers also have been equipped with an inner wooden door. In King Rimund's tomb, a hole in the wall next to the inner door suggested the former presence of a barhole stone. In the tomb of King Yagliel, the son and successor of Rimum, the stone door was found in situ. The position of the inner door and the barhole stone documents that it could only be operated and locked by someone standing inside the tomb. So that raises the question as to whom would have been left back in the dark tomb. I think the answer should be sought in the rites of succession. The ritual of royal succession often nested in the rituals of royal burial to monopolize the moment and ensure proper transmission of the dynastic line. And the situation with the inner wooden door brings to mind the coronation rituals from 3rd millennium Ebla. The Ablatic crown prince, among others, traveled to the royal mausoleum when the final social transformation into king was staged. Through a 21-day rite of passage, the Ablatic crown prince each evening would enter the tomb of the royal ancestors, and here sacrifices were made to the deified dead rulers of Ebla, and the crown prince each night spent it in the tomb with the royal dead. Every morning, with the coming of the first sun, the crown prince re-emerged from the tomb and sat at something called the throne of the ancestors. Finally, the social transformation was complete, and accepted by the spirits of his royal ancestors, he could return to Ebla as king. It seems like this could be a similar situation, but of course it's hard to prove. It has been argued that among Amorites, offerings were made at cairns and other types of marked burials, and as an example, during the ritual cycle of the Feast of Ishtar, a ritual was performed at full moon, which entailed the laying out of tent rings and other stone circles, and the sacrifice of ritual donkeys within them. In that respect, the linear evolution of the royal cemetery is most compelling. It appeared to have first formed at the turn of the 2nd millennium when stone rings were laid out along a ceremonial road as the first royal tombs accumulated, and perhaps Dr. Abe's investigations in Ali South will disprove this idea or add another layer to our understanding. An inconspicuous founder mound appeared to mark the beginning of a new dynastic line and what we call the royal cemetery proper. Soon after, 4 stone rings were laid out to form a symmetrical quartet around this founder mound. This spatial arrangement looks conspicuously similar to the 4 dots and circle royal emblem found on almost 1,000 contemporary seals of Dilmun type that has been found in Kuwait and Bahrain. With each successive generation of 19th century rulers, royal mounds with dromoi gradually accumulate in the quartet of rings. After the dynasty ran out of stone rings, an extension of 2 new rings were laid out to continue the spatial symmetry towards the west. First, a new royal tomb with dromos was built, and then an exciting change occurs. A new royal tomb was built where the dromos had been replaced with a vertical shaft I showed you earlier. And this sort of heralds something is going on in Dilmun. Shortly after, and in the beginning of the 18th century, it appears that this cemetery of these first 6 royal tombs in the royal cemetery proper had been ransacked, and the tombs had been violently destroyed. This left huge craters in the monuments, and as the likely culprit of these events cemented his new dynastic line, he squeezed in a new and slightly smaller ring wall in between the tombs of the dynasty he apparently had just destroyed. And in a massive display of power, he erected his tomb in a new palatial style in its center. And then again, as if in intentional defiant contempt of local tradition, the orientation of his chamber was reversed 190 degrees. So he's the only one of the 76,000 Dilmun tombs that is oriented like that. And according to the chronology, this anonymous Amorite king is arguably the father of King Rimum. After the fall of the original dynastic line, the new royal tomb building projects were translocated to the west, starting with the tomb of his son, King Rimum, and then his son, Yagliel, and Yagliel's anonymous son and successor. In conclusion, already from the 3rd millennium, the Babylonians acknowledged the presence of what they called Amorites in Dilmun and the Gulf region. The population of Dilmun, on the other hand, had worshipped Inzakt of Agash and more likely self-classified as the people of Agash. Possibly the royal house of Dilmun exercised authority over some part of interior Arabia. In Dilmun and the Arabian inland, the ancestor cult was of paramount importance and a primary constituent in the personal and group identity building. While most local tribe affiliations are unknown, the archaeology show East and South Arabia shared important cultural links with pastoralists around the Arabian oases and Jebel Bisri. The king of Dilmun engaged in peer polity interaction with King Shamshi-Addo, who took for granted that the royal court of Dilmun had intimate knowledge of shared rituals of royal ancestors. And to cut this short, that leaves us with a question, what is an Amorite when already in the late 3rd millennium, a place as far removed from the steppe as Magan and Dilmun appears to somehow have been involved in this and been part of this identity complex. Thank you for your attention.
We do have a little time for questions if there are those in the audience who would like to follow up any of the points that Stefan made in his keynote today. We'll just wait until a microphone reaches you, Rob.
Thank you, Stefan. That was absolutely fantastic. Really, it's pulling together the Arabian Peninsula in the Bronze Age in a way that I never would have anticipated, 10 years ago. I'm interested in your history, if you like, of the Royal Tomb Complex in Ali. What evidence do you have that those initial royal tombs, the first dynasty, if you like, were ransacked at the same time and at that particular time?
The evidence is not completely certain, but at some point it dawned on me that the tomb in the center, it represents a major shift in building materials. It has not been destroyed. It was only the upper chamber of that tomb was destroyed in the 18th century, the 19th century by British officers who blew it apart. But before they did that, people were going into the tomb and placing sacrifices throughout the 19th century to a jinn, so that we found hundreds of modern vessels placed in the tomb. So it had been intact, while all the other 6 has been completely pulled apart. And then when we go to the other end of the cemetery, which is actually the part of the cemetery that is closest to the historic village, where you would anticipate the most destruction, those two tombs are also the least destroyed. So going over that, and going over what we saw when we emptied all these destruction pits, this is an interpretation, but to me, it looks like an enormous undertaking. It takes hundreds of men, many days to fill this or empty this or do these things. So I think they would have, they would have forced the population to come and do this, because it's simply these tombs are really large, and the soil there is very hard to move, because it's like sharp chips, intentionally probably used to make it harder to destroy them. So I think to me it looks like it was a large political act, and it's done very thoroughly. They've meticulously destroyed the huge capstones and the floor stones between the decks of the tombs, and all that would have just taken an enormous amount of energy, which would have been completely unnecessary if it was only a matter of looting them for wealth.
Thank you.
We have a question from Martin on the other side of the room.
3 little points of detail. Your tombs in Ali seem to be obviously segregated socially, with the bigger ones in the north, the smaller ones in the south. Is there a temporal evolution with tombs starting in one end over the centuries and moving geographically? And my other question is, which of the urban settlements would have been associated to the royal tombs? Qalat al-Bahrain, Sa'ar? And very finally, just a little point, the headgear of Amorite kings that you relate to the shape of the tombs, isn't that simply a sheepskin fleece cover? So
yeah,
I find the connection a little bit difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't talking about the headgear, but the idea with the headgear is that is a much older symbol of, like, the royal cap. It goes back to the at least the mid-3rd millennium, even early 3rd millennium kings in Babylonia. But the shape seems to be, it seems to continue. It's used by Hammurabi on the seals and the stela. But it's not the point here. The point is that we have these 4 dots always placed as like an emblem on the back of the seals, like a trademark. And for me, it's conspicuous that we find these 4 almost 100 meter in diameter rings laid out in a quadrant that looks a bit like that. But again, it's an interpretation. But since we have this emblem on all the seals for 300 years, I think it's worth to mention that it could be a motivation for either one of them. And it could have been like something they had on a banner or similar, but we simply don't know. But I just want to mention that it coincide. What was your other question? Yeah, at the point where the state emerges and the kingdom becomes fully like mature, the site is collateral profane. We have evidence of now 3 consecutive monumental complexes in what we call the palatial area. And that area continues to be the site of palaces up until at least 1000 BC, and even further. So that would have been the site. We also found, or someone found, an inscribed shirt belonging to Yakliel, and one of these tokens stamped with the name, and the seal with his name was found in that palatial area. So I think there's no doubt that that was the center of this political organization. Sa is a much lower sort of strata village with no visible strong hierarchy. In terms of the organization of the large cemetery, we can see that it grew. The data has never been completely analyzed, and a lot of the tombs were also lost to development. But from what has been, possible to reconstruct, we can see that there are movements in sort of the higher ranking aristocracy close to the royal tombs, accumulating more and more at the border between the two. But there also appears to be evidence along this line of the first tombs, the first royal tombs, of either a pathway or like a ceremonial path, where tombs accumulated alongside this, and eventually they encroached on it, and it was abandoned. But because of the history of exploration and destruction, we don't have the full picture of this enormous cemetery.
I think we have time left for one more question, as time is running short, and we have Guillaume here. There's a microphone just behind you, Guillaume.
Thank you for your great presentation. I have one optimistic comment and one pessimistic question. The optimistic comment is about the spearheads, the pair of spearheads in wall, or even not in walls, because this is clear funerary practices known from Magan. During the Wadi Suk period, there are maybe 4 or 5 sites with this clear kind of finds, but also to the west, to northern Egypt, because in Tel El Daba you will find the same kind of pairs of spearheads, and in the place that was occupied by the Levantine persons, so maybe the Amorites. So it's highly possible that this kind of funerary specific gest is typical Amorite. But my pessimistic question is this one. Is there any chance that DNA analysis can help in this topic?
I think with where the mythology is now and the preservation, the answer has to be no. Perhaps in northern Syria you can get some idea about it, but I think the outlooks are very poor for Bahrain because of the climate. It's very humid and very hot, so it's like the worst cocktail imaginable for DNA.
Thank you.
Okay, at the end of a long day, I think, although there might be 1 or 2 questions in the audience still, you may have to ask a question at the gala dinner this evening. I think we'll draw a line under it for today, and if you can do that by thanking very sincerely our presenter of the keynote speaker, Dr. Stefan Lausen.